Safety car going into pit limiter now. Slow down for space. All right. .992, please overtake. .427, overtake. .515 as well as .427. .427 should be ahead of .515. 74 may overtake. 148 may over. No, sorry, 148. You're staying where you are. You're P8. .300 may overtake. 71 may overtake. .847 may overtake. There will be one more lap under the safety car. And a reminder, as always, pit lane is open. Anyone can pit under the safety car.
Car 618, I did not tell you to unlap yourself yet. Car 618, I did not tell you to unlap yourself. Car 577 may now overtake the safety car, as well as car 19. Car 117, as well as 96, 900 may overtake the safety car now. .153, 788, you may also pass the safety car. Car 901, you may also pass the safety car. Car 777, 8414. Car 427, 515 will also overtake the safety car. Car 74, you may now overtake the safety car. Car 71 and 847. 70 may overtake the safety car. So the safety car will now be taking off the pit limiter and will be going about 100 kph from here on. Okay, everybody, listen up. Please just stay to the right side of the track again if you are in the queue of the safety car and go steady speed. Car 577 will be passing you on the left, and that'll be the last car to overtake the safety car. So the safety car is in this lap, that means he will go pretty soon. Safety car is making its way to the pit lane now. That means car 224 is now in charge of the speed.
And with that, racing fans, the safety car is back into the pits, and we are going to wait for the leader to help us restart this race. The leader right now, the number 224, Aston Martin, Kaj Pa in the Simotech Automation Aston Martin, 217.382. They're still holding on to the purple crown of the fastest lap. And that is the green flag and the restart here for the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. 14 hours and about 37 minutes left to go. Alrighty, side-by-side action on the restart. The number 144 and 141 Ford Mustang in P5 driven by Jansens. Trying to defend against the Ford Mustang, the yellow and black Ford Mustang. And the Ford Mustang teammate behind them in the Lexus along the inside. Ford Mustang on Ford Mustang it goes. Though number 13 slides on in. So Justin Stubenrauch in P5 now. Number 141 moving down. It is a 0-point racing sandwich though. As I said, the yellow and black with the white stripe in the middle. Lexus is the teammate of the yellow and black with the white stripe down the middle. Ford Mustang a couple spots in front. However, a couple spots back. Gaten Cornet, one of the amateur teams, battling it out elbow to elbow with the pro-ams here. That's the number 23 of Michael Thomas. Excuse me. Michael Thomas is the number 14 and he is in the Lexus. I am looking at the tree wrong. That's Evgeny Gamov in the number 23 Lamborghini. And Gaten in the number 148 Porsche. However, he does have Leonard right behind him in another black Porsche. That's the number 69 Porsche. Black Aston Martin trying to make it 3 wide coming into the bus stop with the 4th Aston Martin there in the back, trying to make it a 4-way battle here for the top 10. As we have the number 69 out in front, and we have the cars come through the bus stop relatively clean. No restart on the restart needed. Side-by-side action coming through La Source. Side-by-side Federico Di Camillo trying to get into the top 10. 11 for him right now. He did gain a spot on Ricardo Diana, but he's still trying to knock down the gate that is being held up, that is being propped up by Gaten Cornet out in front of him. Kevin Wetzel for Team Purple Deluxe coming up through Radion and now into the Kimmel Straight, staring down into the back bumper of Chase Jones in the number 274 Aston Martin in front of him. Side by side coming into Lacombs. Turn 5 there for a couple of the cars out in front. However, slotting into each other and trying to get into better position. That Aston Martin is slotting in very nicely, all 3 of these cars. Not giving each other an inch, but giving each other just enough space, enough respectful space to keep the racing alive. Aston Martin's in front, almost door to door. I was surprised there wasn't contact, but there's the contact now. A defensive move, cut off in the middle, returning back into the racing line. The BMW has to make defensive maneuver because there's another Aston Martin there on the inside. That's number 788. Along the inside, I believe that is a lap down car. That is the P30 car. And that is driven by Murad. So Murad in the number 788 car, causing a little bit of mayhem for the lap cars. Excuse me, the unlapping cars. Trying to say, hey, I may be down a couple laps, but I'm not out of the race yet. We do have the race leader, the number 224, Aston Martin, taking a little siesta in the pit lane. So they are joining the pit party. And it looks like they're going to be refueling, swapping out some tires, and possibly getting a new driver in there. So we do have a new race lead. That's number 47.
Is it safety car already?
As we do have a safety car being called out.
Okay, everybody slow down to 100 kph. Everybody please slow down to 100 kph.
As we did here, the safety car is out, and since the safety car is out, we're going to be going into race mode. So race sounds only for the next couple of laps, so we can get so we can get a better understanding and hear better the radio comms between race control and the drivers. It's a really cool insight into some of the behind-the-scenes workings that are happening right now at the 24 Hours of Spa, presented by Odyssey Racing League. Sid098 in the chat. Since when is that Lambo purple? I remember you saying that you love that it is gold. I've been checking in like once an hour or so. I might have missed something. You know what, Sid? Honestly, I was literally asking the same question like an hour ago. It went back to the Lambo and I was like, wait, this Lambo, when did they change color? So I don't know what's going on, but there might be a bug with the livery. It might be a livery bug, or maybe they also had the driver swap bug. They like they had to leave the server, and when they rejoined maybe with a different livery that I don't have. But that is strange, you're right, because I remember talking about the gold-plated livery, and I was talking so much about how much I liked it, that one, it was an Audi, one, that it was a Lambo, and two, that it was gold-plated, so it was like 2 strikes, and not 3 strikes, you're out, 3 strikes, and we're best friends, you're at 2. But
Everybody
it was,
still stay at 100 kph, please, while catching up to the safety car.
I'm also very confused. Right now, in the safety car, the number 1 safety car, your very own Richard Harknett. Richard Harknett has graciously donned on his race suit and has gone into the safety car, giving our man Dan Edwards a little bit of a break. So we're going to wait and see whenever Mr. Richard takes off so we can start collecting the front of the pack, and we can listen into race control as they allow people to go by. So I had a question. What caused the safety car this time? This is the last incident that we have here in my replays. This is the number 788. They're coming in through La Source. I don't see anything crazy. A little tap from behind. So that is not what caused the safety car. I don't know if my program picked it up, but I do have like a giant list of replays here on the side of my screen, but they're gone now. Oh, okay, that's so weird. They just disappeared. But through that list, I was looking at them and there wasn't anything that so just to like let you all peep behind the glass and behind the curtain a little bit.
The safety car, that means you guys can all push now to catch up to the safety car. Car 618 is the first one to pass the safety car. Car 618 will pass left.
But speaking about the replays again.
Car 15, you can also pass the safety car, as well as car 71.
the program that we use here for broadcasting will tell me the difference between incidents between cars, a yellow flag, so like a car going off track or anything like that. And right now, looking at all the replays at my disposal, I don't see anything that is marked as accident. So nothing here
Car 700
that I could show you would give off what showed or what caused
as well as car 900.
the safety car. But let me see if I can get a peek at the steward sheet. That might give us a better idea of what is going on.
Car 577, that's the safety car. Car 427, you may now pass the safety car. Car 153, you may also pass the safety car. And car 901, you will be the last one to pass this car. Pass the safety car, and also the safety car will be going in this lap. The safety car will now make its way into the pit lane. Now the leader can pick up the race pace again after the bus start, or between the bus start and starting line. So coming like start, there's no passing before the restart. Green flag, green flag.
We are back to racing fans. However, we're going to go to a quick intermission because we're having some technical difficulties. We'll be right back. So many interesting technical difficulties happening today, but we are through our next hurdle. 14 hours and 20 minutes left after that restart. Ricardo Diana on our screen, the number 204, Aston Martin, P6 overall. Interesting new developments happening on our screen. That restart always brings a little bit of chaos onto the grid. Now the number 1 and the number 2 battling for the lead. Stubenrauch for a 0 point racing. The number 13 Ford Mustang, specifically for 0 point, knocking on the door of the leader, saying, hey, I want to be in the lead, make way. However, Jack Humble in the number 47 all white Aston Martin is saying, no, I don't think I will let you. You can't really see it from this angle, but waiting not too far off. 0 Point Racing teammate Michael Thomas in the number 14 Lamborghini. There is an Aston Martin in between them, driven by Tommaso Paglia? I am so sorry. I'm gonna call you Tom. Justin and Jack fighting side by side, except Jack is not letting go. Don't let go, Jack, don't let go. As the number 47 comes down the hill with the number 13 tied at the hip. As they come now up the hill for the 227th time. Both teams and cars still going at it. Nice slipstream by the Ford Mustang. Are they going to make a late move into the inside of the turn? They're not. They're going to be electing to take the normal racing line and giving a nice little squeeze to the 47, except the 47 squeezed a little bit back, and it might have been a little bit too much for comfort for the number 13 Ford Mustang. So we're going to see if they give that position back, and if they have to give that position back, we're going to let the stewards decide that. But the Aston Martin of Tommaso did smell the blood in the water and pounced at the opportunity to take that position away from the fighting cars in front of him. Waiting in the wings, not too far off again, Michael Thomas, the 0 Point Racing teammate of Justin, who is now in the lead, able to wrangle the lead away from the number 47 Aston Martin. So that is the 0 Point Racing Ford Mustang now in the lead. So one of the things that we haven't had to talk about in the last couple of hours, but is starting to creep closer and closer as we see both cars hitting the brakes hard into the braking zone. The number 13 Ford Mustang getting a tap from behind by that Aston Martin, and the Michael Thomas in the Lexus, in the 0 Point Racing Lexus to be exact, giving a little bit of a bump back to that Aston Martin. However, it wasn't malicious. It was just because the Aston Martin had to stop because the Ford Mustang slowed a little bit more than that Aston Martin was thinking. Oh, we missed it, but at the end of the Kimmel Straight, Jack Humble, the number 47 Aston Martin, is giving a little bit of the flashes at the end of Lecombs, letting know that he is not very happy, almost getting the door slammed shut right on his nose, but along the inside, and maybe some door rubbing to go along with it, with the elbows out. The 0 Point Racing Ford Mustang is not gonna give any centimeter up without a bloody fight by the looks of it. But it did look like Jack Humble in this Sky Sim Sport 47, the Sky Sim Sport Aston Martin was able to taste the lead only for a couple of seconds before Justin was able to get back into the lead. I don't know if I said Justin before, but that is Jack Humble in the Aston Martin, to be exact. This is still the battle for the lead. It is pretty intense right now. 14 hours, 11 minutes left in the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. Starting to get a little dark, if you ask me. 7:59 p.m. in game time. That is 1900 hours or 19 o'clock for you 24-hour or your 24-hour clock fans out there. 21 degrees ambient temperature Celsius, 21 degrees Celsius, 21 degrees Celsius track temperature. It's getting really cool out there. For people that aren't used to Celsius, 20 degrees is about 50, it's like 55, 53 degrees. Let's do the math. So 21 degrees Celsius, to convert that to Fahrenheit, you add 32, carry over the 57, divide by 500. Yeah, it's like 15 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm 100% kidding. Some of y'all are probably like, wait, what? That doesn't make sense at all. 21 degrees Celsius is actually 69 degrees Fahrenheit. So about 70 degrees, a little bit more than 69, closer to 70. So 21 degrees Celsius, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a very nice track temperature to be at. Right now, in my part of Texas, 96 degrees Fahrenheit feels like 102. So that is 38 degrees Celsius feels like 40. That is, or 38 degrees, 30, between 36 to 38 degrees Celsius, but real feel or feels like 40. Oh my goodness. Jeremy, I got you. Did I get you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be mean. It was a joke. I'm sorry. We're going to move a little bit farther back. It looks like Justin was able to get some cushion between himself and Jack. However, Tommaso is on the back heels of the number 47 Aston Martin. It is the Aston Martin train here. There is Michael Thomas trying to knock on the door of the top three in the race here. That is the podium. He's trying to knock on the door of the lowest step there to join his teammate in Justin, the number 13 Ford Mustang, there on the top steps. That would be so interesting and so amazing to see two sister teams be on the top steps of the podium. However, right now, Thomas Pagliai, the number 164 Aston Martin for MR Reparto Coaching, is dashing those dreams and making sure that they don't become reality. We do need to move further down the tree a little bit. Stefano Boss. Oh, I'm gonna try this one. Are you ready? Is it Bossignore? I believe that's how it's pronounced, Stefano Bossignore. If I'm wrong, please let me know in the chat. The 999, or the driver for the 999 Mercedes AMG for ATS Corsa Esport team to be exact. P8 for them, right on the back bumper of Ricardo Diana. And then the blacked out Aston Martin in front of them. You have a plethora of cars behind these two battling it out for the P8 spot. It does look like Stefano is going to be able to make the move. Does he make it stick? He does. Now he's in front. P7 for Stefano. Couple spots behind Stefano, though, in P9, the number 224 Aston Martin. That's Noah Sully, Vasquez, Rodriguez. They were the leaders for a while. However, it does look like a differentiating pit strategy has pushed them a little bit farther back, and they may be off the cycle, or the pit cycle. They may be on a separate cycle. So normally there's like strategy A or cycle A and strategy B, cycle B, however you like to call it. And most teams will always try to stick to one strategy, but sometimes, I mean, endurance races is endurance racing, and especially for 24 hours, anything can happen. So they may have to switch strategies to strategy B. So that might be what the number 224 is on right now. They might be on a B strategy. Fahrenheit is basically the Celsius number, plus 32 degrees. I believe it's like, to convert one into the other, you need to multiply it by something and then add 32 or remove 32, isn't it? It's like Celsius to Fahrenheit, it's like Celsius times 1 point something, and then whatever that is, you add 32, and then that's what the Fahrenheit is. It's something like that. I may be wrong, though. Maths was not my strong suit at school, as y'all will understand and know when I try to do maths on the quick. It's never quick with me. Noah Sully Vasquez trying to stick that nose of the Aston Martin past Stefano in the 999 AMG. However, the AMG a lot wider than you expected. Very long front end as well, so it's trying to make itself as wide as it looks, as to not allow anyone else to pass. A little bit of the flashies from Vasquez, Rodriguez. Still, they also do hold the fastest time. Right now, the car in P8, fastest time 2:17.062. As you do see a move being made possibly along the inside by the Aston Martin of Vasquez Rodriguez, getting past now into Blanchiment and getting the move done. The check signed and cashed as he's able to cash in on that place. I am so curious. Why are there so many different names for the turns here at Spa? Every different track map that I see has a different name for a lot of these corners. I think we all need to make a consensus. Everybody needs to get together, sit down, and agree on all of the names for these corners. Come on, guys. I'm gonna say the name of one corner. No one's gonna know the name. Everyone's gonna look at me funny. I'm gonna cry. It's not gonna be a good time. Anthony Kostinger for Swiss Racing Club. P11 for the white out Porsche. On the back bumpers of the top 10. Trying to push their way into the top 10. However, the number 300 Aston Martin, driven by Chandler Williams, is wagging their finger, saying, you're not getting past me. Not without a fight. Zach Schneider, great run through the Kemmel Straight alongside that's Kenneth, excuse me, in the Team Tracks Racing Ford Mustang. Trying to keep up to that Aston Martin, but that Aston Martin, I don't know what they ate this morning, but they're on a roll. They're going quick. I don't know who added extra creamer to their coffee, but they're going. Menro asking, was there another safety car? Why is the pack so bunched up? Yeah, there was a safety car. We had an incident at the top of Radion. Racing fans, don't be afraid to let us know in the chat who you would like to see more of. Don't be afraid to shout out their name, the car number, the team name, even a specific car. Maybe you like the Ferrari a lot, so I can show more Ferraris. Maybe you like the Lamborghini like me. Please, somebody please in the chat say more Lamborghini. I would love to show more off of the Lamborghini. Just don't let them know you were influenced by me, please. It wasn't me. on board with the number 274 Aston Martin, driven by Chase Money Moves Jones for Bravo Squad Racing. P6 from them. Well, we have more than one people saying Lamborghini, so that is... Do I hear that? Is that what I think it is? That's the Lamborghini alarm. Moving over P9, the number 23 Lamborghini, Evgeny Gamov for Speedstars. I'm 100% I did get confirmation from Richard. This is most probably an initial D reference, and if it is, that's not like I said earlier. It's not strike 3, you're out. It's strike 3. Now we're best friends, and this is strike 2. However, the livery's gone. I don't know what happened to the livery. It was a gold-plated Lamborghini. Now it's blue. It's like a blue-purple? Yeah, I don't know what happened. But purple. I'm a fan of purple, so maybe that might be the third strike. We're best friends now, as there is a little bit of elbows happening now, coming through the bus stop. Some door banging as well, and it looks like Evgeny moves up into P8 after some door banging with the 999 AMG, driven by Stefano. As we see a potential switchback happen, Stefano not getting a clean exit as he hoped. So that's going to put the Lamborghini of Evgeny in the front. Let's get a quick on board and listen to this awesome V10 action. One of my favorite cars in Assetto Corsa Competizione. I am a sucker for the Lamborghini. In case anybody was wondering, my favorite Lamborghini of all time, the Lamborghini Murcielago. My favorite Lamborghini. A quick fun fact, actually, in case you didn't know this about Lamborghinis, but each model of Lamborghini, from my knowledge, is named after a fighting bull. So each model of Lamborghini, the Aventador, the Murcielago, the Diablo, the Huracan, all of these, they're all named after fighting bulls. But in case you also didn't know, I'm just saying super fun facts about my favorite car. The word murciélago is the Spanish word for bat. So it is actually it is called the Lamborghini bat in Spanish. As we move over, Noah Sullivan Vasquez Rodriguez the 224 Aston Martin P5 right on the back bumper of Chase Jones. Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez, the Simotech automation team, still holding on to the fastest lap crown. That's specifically a purple crown that they wear. 2:16.975 for them. Quickest time on the track. That's pretty dang quick. Ricardo Diana into the pit lane. Number 204. Moving down a couple spots now. Do see Mika Romansuk also joining them into the pit lane, adding one more into the pit lane party. What happened to number 47, asks Wes Jones in the chat. Let's take a look, shall we? Where is number 47? Number 47, P19. Right now, Jack Humble behind the wheel for Sky Sim Sport. I don't know specifically what happened to them, because they have not taken a pit stop so far. Let's see if the steward sheet gives us anything to look by. I don't see... no, nothing from the steward sheet. So I wouldn't be able to fully answer your question there, what happened to the number 47. But moving up to number 23. And at P7. Making the move, actually now moving up into P6. As we do have a yellow flag at No Name. That's number 427 to be exact. You're actually right, Wes. Now that I remember correctly, they were P2. However, there was a restart, and they may have gone into the pits during the restart, so they may have had to start from the back. I'm not 100% sure, but let me see if I can get that answer for you from the stewards. Five seconds for the number 13 car. That's the leader, Justin Stubenrauk. So that might not be too much of a detriment to their race. 13 hours, 46 minutes left in the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. Of course, if you're joining us for the very first time or have just joined us recently, thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christian Julian. I also go by Koju here at Odyssey Racing League. And just to give a little bit more about what's going on here, this is the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. Started at 8 a.m. Eastern. So we're going to be finishing June 8th at around 8 a.m. Eastern. We do have a $1,000 prize pool available to the top 3 placing teams, as well as 2 extra teams that will be added into the prize pool winnings. 2 of those teams will be chosen randomly from all of the finishing racing teams tonight. So there's going to be 5 teams total. They're going to be splitting the prize pool. And I'm very, very curious to see who's going to be taking it. Still on board with the number 47 Aston Martin driven by Jack Humble for Sky Sim Sport. P12 overall for them right now. Interestingly enough, they do have a full white livery, and I've noticed that we don't have any pink liveries or anything with pink out there, so I thought we should bring in a little bit of pink into our life. So we do have a special guest in the booth with us right now, Mr. Dion DeRosso. Hello, Dion. How you doing?
Hello. Pretty well.
It has been very fun. Something new and interesting that we've also added to the 24 Hours of Spa this time around is the new safety car. So we do have 2 drivers of the safety car, Mr. Dan Edwards and Mr. Richard Hartnett, that are on, or I was going to say on the sticks, but they're not really on the sticks, they're behind the wheel, right? They're behind the wheel for us tonight for the safety car anytime we do have any incidents that go out. So, interestingly enough, I do have a question for you about the safety car. So we have been getting some questions where we might, or not we might, but some of them have been asking us if we are going to see the safety car in any future events. So I would like to ask you, unless you were under NDA or anything, I'll let you let us know. But are we going to be having a safety car in any upcoming events?
Well, I cannot say anything for certain at this point, but I think it will be definitely worth looking into it, because the safety car has been probably one of the best things that we've added to this 24 hours. It's really been keeping the guys like on edge, tight, just keeping the battle close together. Like, I think the safety car is really what is adding a lot of realism, but also fun to the race.
Yes, you're right. Speaking of realism and fun, normally in Assetto Corsa Competizione, which is the simulation that we're in, I did see we have a question in the YouTube chat asking us what game we're using. This is Assetto Corsa Competizione, so not Assetto Corsa, the first one. This is ACC, or AC2, as some people call it. But going back to making this a little bit more like real life and a lot more fun, you are right, DeRosso. So in ACC, there is no safety car natively in the game. So we have taken it upon ourselves to come up with a safety car of our own. Of course, we didn't come up with this 100%. There are some other leagues that have probably come up with this idea way before us and maybe have done it a little bit better. However, the way we're doing it right now has been very exciting to see, especially after 2-3 safety cars. The top 10 drivers every time have been within a second of each other. So that has been putting them on edge, on a knife's edge, and applying a little bit more pressure than what they're used to. Because normally around this time of the race, there is pretty significant gaps in, significant spaces and gaps between drivers. Even within the top 10, you'll usually have one car that's like 30 seconds ahead, and then the car behind them is going to be another 20, and then 2 laps behind them is the next car. And it's always just a toss-up sometimes, honestly.
Yeah, very much. I mean, just like real life racing, whenever the safety car drops, we let people unlap themselves, and that is really what makes it more interesting. The ability to be able to unlap yourself, I think that is what makes the big difference.
Being unable to unlap yourself is just one of the things that the safety car is offering here for the 24 Hours of Spa, presented by Odyssey Racing League. Right now, we are on board with the number 132 Ford Mustang. This is Francesco Casali. We have a couple of cars on the timing sheet that are within striking distance, actually. Let's move over to Jack Humble in the number 47 Aston Martin for Sky Sim Sport. I do see Jason in the chat is saying the number 141 putting in work, and the number 141 is indeed putting in work. That is Kenneth Race, the number 141 Ford Mustang, as we do see a battle. Oh, Jack Humble being able to, is he going to make it around the outside? Is he able to make it stick? Contact happening. That's a big elbow into the side there of the number 164 Mustang, I believe. Excuse me, I have my numbers wrong. That's number 164 Aston. You are correct. I said Mustang, but I did mean Aston Martin. It's just the V8s. I get so confused.
Too many of them.
There's so many. There's so many V8s. You look one way, there's a V8. You look somewhere else, it's a different looking V8. I mean, they're everywhere. But they are very welcome, in my opinion. It's my favorite engine type. Naturally aspirated V8. As you can tell, I'm American. The bigger, the better.
Yeah, not as many Mustang, to be honest. It's only 3 of them left, I think.
3 Mustangs.
Maybe 4? Yeah, it looks like 4.
A couple of Porsches left. I think there's only 1 or 2 McLarens that have joined the race entirely. There was 1 AMG, a couple of Ferraris. 3 McLarens.
Still, not as many. Although I gotta say, it is awesome to see that so many guys are still on the lead lap.
Yes, so that is also something that helps with the safety car. We're able to bunch up all of the people on the lead lap, get them all into the cage, shake up the cage a little bit, and as soon as the safety car goes, we let them out. We let them fight. Go, 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 go. It's always exciting to see Tommaso, unfortunately, putting the left side of his tires into the grass there, so that's going to be causing a little bit of a slowdown for him coming into the source. I also do see a yellow flag at the bottom of the hill, so that's going to be very interesting to see if they're out of the way, hopefully, and it does look like they are. Moving down a little bit, Gregory Cornett along the inside of the McLaren of Peter Singula. Peter taking a little bit of the long way, giving way more than enough space for the number 148, all blacked out Porsche on our screen to get past. We're going to see if Peter is able to answer back. Less than half a second between them, and I believe that is the Pegassi Ferrari. I may be sitting... I might be incorrect. But looking at the chat, Victoras, you are correct. We're almost halfway done. "13 hours, 35 minutes left in the race. It is 8:34 p.m. inside the game or in-game time. That is 20:34 p.m. for you 24-hour enjoyers. The yellow flag there at Lacombs. BMW rejoining the track.
Looks like car 749 had a small moment there, lost it when going into Le Combe, that just, quite frankly, hit the wall.
That is probably one of the only corners where it's like... Well, I'm not gonna say where it's like. I'm gonna say where I do. That is probably my worst turn. It's not Radion. It's not Eau Rouge. It's not Stavelot. It's not Blanchimont. It's that corner. Every single time. That's the corner that pushes my back end. Like that pushes away my rear end, and then it makes me spin. I don't know. I think it's a skill issue. But I just can't do it.
It's a tricky one. You're just carrying so much speed going into that corner from that really long cowl straight, and just whenever you try to push it a bit more, and even then just a bit more, like 5 kph can really make the difference between spinning into the wall, or maybe even just a few inches of curve too much can make the difference between spinning into the wall and just taking the line perfectly. Definitely one of the harder tracks at ACC, I would say, Spa. Like, to really get it perfect, it is really, really hard.
Yes.
Especially just getting all the sectors right to put up the perfect lap time.
Yeah, so anything, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but anything under 220 is pretty respectable. But once you start getting in the 218s, 28s, 217s, it's pretty hard to get into the 217s. And then we do have one team that I believe they dipped their toes in the 216s, and they're actually a lot faster than I thought they were. So the number 224 in the lead. That Aston Martin was wearing the purple crown of the fastest lap, 216.997. However, it was swiftly taken away from them. The number 47 in P9 with Jack Humble behind the wheel, 216.640 as their fastest time, as their valid fastest time here at Spa. That is quick.
Yeah, that is just insane race pace on their behalf. Absolutely respect anyone who can do that lap time on race fuel.
That is... It's almost statistically impossible. I mean, it has to be possible, right? Because it's being done, but it's just like you have to do every single turn almost perfect. You have to have the weight shift of your car has to be in perfect timing just to be able to get the grip that you need to be able to turn at the specific degree that you need, especially coming into turns 5, 6, and 7, like we're going to be seeing the cars coming in now. But to be able to capitalize on all that and squeak out, not even squeak out, just roar out with a 216.5. Oh, I'm actually, oh, we got someone even faster. Shea O'Sullivan, the number 13 Ford Mustang for 0 Point Racing, takes the Purple Crown, 216.512. It's a little bit less than 1/10 of a second, but still, that is a new fastest leader. Now, this was kind of a car that you would expect to be in contention for Speed King compared to the Aston.
Yeah, that's for sure. The Mustang just has that American power on the straights. It just rips.
I don't know what it is. It's the same engine. It's almost the same engine. They're both V8s. They're very similar
the
sizes.
Aston just maybe is missing the aerodynamics of the brake.
I mean, this is also the older version of the Aston. There is a newer version, the Evo version, that recently came out in, I think it was 2024, if I'm not mistaken, was when it first debuted, if not this year at the beginning of 2025. I do know that Aston had the Valkyrie GTP that was released for Daytona 24 hours earlier this year. But
yeah, and the new Aston Martin Evo actually won the real 24-hour race last year at Spa.
Yeah, so it's like, why hasn't that been... Who knows? Please add that to the list. That's on the list of things that we would like.
Although it has to be said, another team in that race got really unlucky, which is why they lost the win in the end. But it is what it is. Aston Martin was on top. 007. I gotta say,
yes, the Heart of Racing 007.
really appreciate that Aston Martin is actually running 007 as a race number. It's so cool.
Yep. That is, in case anyone didn't know, 007 is the number for a Mr. James Bond. So I believe they run 007. They also run 008, don't they?
Yeah,
I know they
I'm
have
pretty
two
sure
teams.
they run 008 with the second team.
So they have the 007 and the 008, which are in the world of the James Bond spy thriller, they are two designations for spy code names, 007 and 008. I believe 007 being the most important spy. I may be incorrect there, but I believe that is the handle or name given to the most important spy. And you go through like
anyone more important than him, so
you go, and from my understanding as well, because this is all in the books, right? And no one reads books anymore. But you would go from like 07, so you'd be zero, like in his case he would be 07, and then when he would upgrade or be promoted, then he would be promoted to a 00. So then he would be 007, which is it's too much reading. I stopped reading after a while. There's so many books too. But yeah, 007 started off as a novel. I don't remember the name of the author. Was it Nicholas something? I'll look that up.
I feel like I should know this.
I am 100% wrong. It is Ian Fleming.
Oh,
Ian Fleming is the writer for James Bond. Or he was the writer. Died at the age of 56 in 1964. Wow. That was... It's like 60, almost 63, 64 years ago. That's crazy. 61. I'm terrible at math. You know this. My maths is not good.
In a while.
Yeah, all the admins know my maths is not my strong suit. I stay away from the maths. I let all of them handle all the maths, and I just handle the yelling into the microphone.
Well, that's what you do best.
Anywhere that I can help. Anthony Costinger. On our screens right now, the white Porsche trying to make a move along the inside. Trying to make Eric think about where he's going, except the number 992 Porsche just decides to slap back onto the race line. And now coming down at the bottom of the hill, the highest compression point of the track, going up the hill into the blind turn that is Radion, now down the Kimmel Straight.
Unfortunately, this is where the raw power of the V8 will just shine. So you see the 204 Aston Martin almost pull away from the Porsche, even though he's right in his slipstream.
And it was a...
Porsche's top end can just not keep up with some of the other front-engine cars.
You're not wrong, and it did look like the 992 Porsche had a better exit and a slipstream coming up Radion and onto Kimmel Straight. But you are right, the V8 just shines on the straights here. However, the Porsche really quick and nimble on the turns. And what is a turn but a curved straight? So really depends on the track. Sometimes some cars are better than others, and it does look like the V8s are just a lot better here at Spa.
They're definitely very, very hard to pass, especially because they're so quick on the Camel Straight. But the Porsche here definitely super quick in the corners. But it looks as though Costinger might be overdriving the car a bit. I've seen him definitely almost like lose the rear when he was going through No Name, so we'll see what he's doing. Maybe he has to go a bit easier on the tires.
Now, it is possible they're getting close to the end of their stint timer because I do not see a pit stop recently from them. So the number 992 might be visiting the pit lane very soon because I do know that the Porsche is very rough on the tires, and especially depending on your driving style, might affect more of the fronts than the rears.
As we see a drive-through penalty for track limits for car 427.
That is not the first time that we will see that, and it won't be the last. It's going to start getting a little bit darker here at Spa-Francorchamps, so it's going to get very interesting with the track cuts and the track limits. Spa's lit up relatively well compared to some of the other tracks. Like, I don't know if you've seen like, I don't think you remember Nürburgring or Nordschleife at night, but it's impossible.
Oh, I definitely do. I wouldn't really say that Spa is much better lit up, but more so it's not as deep in the forest as the Nordschleife is. The headlights definitely do a better job here than they do on the Nordschleife. It's also just not as many blind corners as well. I think it's just that what makes a difference.
And it doesn't help that the Nordschleife is just so long. Sometimes you're just driving through the dark and you kind of forget what corner you're in. I don't know if that's happened to you, but that's happened to me maybe once or twice. And I'm not that bad in the dark, but I don't know what it is about Nordschleife itself, but it's just like you go through like sort of like a small highway hypnosis and you just get lost in the sauce. I don't know.
Oh, I definitely know the feeling. Like just driving the Nordschleife at night, zoning out, and then you get self-conscious about which is the next turn, and you're in the wall before you know it.
Speaking about wall, it does look like Kenneth Reyes has hit the wall of the stint timer. So he is inside of the pits. He's going to be losing a couple spots now. A couple cars actually going into the pits. That's Kenneth Reyes, Evgeny Gamov, and Stefano Bosignore. I believe that's how it's pronounced. Entering the pits. So they are joining us in the pit lane party. But they're going to be losing out in the top 5. So right now, in the lead, it's the number 132 Ford Mustang, driven by Francesco Casali. P2, Zach Schneider, about 4 seconds behind him. That's the number 515 Noobs R Us Aston Martin. P3, that is Shane O'Sullivan. The number 13 Ford Mustang for 0 Point Racing, also holding on to the purple crown of the fastest lap. Jack Humble, P4, the number 47 Aston Martin for Sky Sim Sport. Heck of a recovery run by the number 47 up into P4. And P5, Tommaso Pagliari from MR Reparto Coaching. That's to round off your top 5. We are keeping an eye on the rest of the fights going on here on our screen. Tommaso here in the number 164 Aston Martin, also trying and in contention for that purple crown, not too far off from the fastest laps on the track here. The number 164, 216.840 is their fastest valid lap. Literally 0.2 of a second behind P4, Jack Humble, 216.640 compared to Tommaso's 216.840. Shane Sullivan still holding onto the crown, 216.512. So not too far off. It's getting a little bit closer there. I'm very curious, and I'm I'm actually hoping to see a 215. Is that even possible? A 215? Jaeger in the chat. What's up, boys? Watching from work. Cry face. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jaeger. But glad you can be here to hang out with us for a little bit, even if it's only to listen. Now, we had a little discussion with Durasso before Discord decided to fail me now. You failed me for the last time, Starscream! I mean, Discord! That's how I feel every time. I feel like Megatron just upset at everything and everyone. But before Discord decided to, not do what we ask of it to do nicely, Mr. Durasso and I were talking about the V8s here at Spa-Francorchamps. And I actually wanted to get y'all's opinion in a quick little poll. So my question to you in the chat is, are V8s overpowered? I'm gonna actually say overrated. Are V8s overrated? Yes or no? Let me know what you think in the chat. Right now, as we can tell, the V8s are very, very strong here at Spa-Francorchamps. I was gonna say like mostly at the top of the steps of the podium. It is Shane O'Sullivan though. Or excuse me, Shea O'Sullivan though, at the top, with a 7-second gap between him and Jack Humble, who is on our screen here. But Jack trying to defend against the number 164 Aston Martin of Tommaso Pagliai. Along the outside, Tommaso has to go around go around the long way into the tire spalding there, and that's not picking up that tire spalding is going to be slowing them down because it's going to be creating less grip for the between the tire surface and the track surface. So Tommaso is going to be losing a little bit of speed, and he's going to have to slot back in behind Jack Humble there. F Clutcher, subscribe to the channel. Thank you for subscribing. Satiro in the chat. Number 71 actually came from 4 laps down to P15. Yes. So, as I said, anything can happen in endurance racing, and especially at a 24-hour race. So the number 71, a little bit of a hiccup there. But the number 71 in P15 for Arachnid Racing. Mika Romanchuk, I don't know entirely how to pronounce that name, so please let me know if I'm mispronouncing it in the chat. But they are now in P15. So at one heck of a recovery run to be only one lap down from the leader. Oh no, the number 69 Porsche taking a spill. Yellow flag for them at the end of Lecombs. I can't pronounce that either. So number 69 Porsche trying to rejoin the track. There is a Ferrari there in front of them, so they're going to be slowing down, hopefully to give the Ferrari enough space to get past. That is a blue flag as well, so they do have to give way. Let's see if we can get a better view at the number 69 in that incident. Hold on, let's see if we can figure out what happened here. That is a number 69 alongside the Aston Martin. Gets hit from behind. Takes a little love tap. Decides to rejoin the track. However, gets a second love tap from the same BMW. That is not going to be looked at favorably by the stewards as well. Unfortunately, the Porsche took a part of that corner where there is a dip. It's kind of invisible and kind of hidden because there's a green patch of grass in between the red and yellow markings and the off-track like pavement there, and not a lot of people see that, but if you dip a tire in there, it kind of dips down and it pushes your front end of the car up into the air, makes you unstable, and once you rejoin, no one is going to be able to, you won't be able to see where you're at. The car on the inside of the turn isn't going to be able to predict how far you're going to be coming into the turn, and bam, both of you collide and it just causes the collision. Couple of more battles happening on our screen, but we are gonna have to go to a quick intermission. 13 hours, 9 minutes left in the Odyssey Racing League, 24 hours of Spa. Epic Stormers in the chat. Number 71 to Goated. Number 71, that's P13 for the number 71 car for Arachnid Racing. With a heck of a recovery drive. The number 71 started off in P24, so up 11 spots comfortably into P13. Hopefully trying to get into the top 10, not too far off from the top 10. How far are they? They got about a 3-second gap between themselves and the number 12 car. Then the number 12 car has about a 13-second gap to the car in front. Actually, it's going to be a little bit different because there was an incident. That is Eric Kiyi, the number 204 Aston Martin, right in the middle of La Source, taking what seems to be a bathroom break or a breather. And unfortunately, I don't know if that's them disc. Oh, that is an unfortunate DSQ. Not a DSQ, an unfortunate retirement. And I don't know if that was because of a disconnection, but I do not see them on my timing sheet anymore. So I believe that is them unable to continue the race. And that is not something that you want to see. It always is a frown. I'm gonna say this: never a smiley face, always a frowny face when you see teams that have to quit races, not because of a fault on their own, but just because of technical glitches or technicalities. I do see you, Felix. Be adding you to the chat momentarily.
Hello, hello.
Hello, we do have a special guest here in the commentator booth. We do have Mr. Felix Vega, one of the drivers of the Kimotiso Nighters. Hello, Felix. How are you?
Hi there, Christian. Happy to be here with you. Thank you for giving me some room here at the commentary booth. Really happy to join you and narrate, commentate some of the action that's going on right now. And it's really a pleasure to be sharing with you guys here at Odyssey Racing League, this fantastic event, and having a heck of a lot of fun tonight.
Thank you, Felix, for the kind words. Here at Odyssey Racing League, we try to do our best to make these events fun. One of the things that we like to preach here and that we like to say is that when the races are having fun, us, the admins, also have a lot of fun. So me, especially in the commentator's booth, when drivers are having fun, they're able to go out there and give everything and give it their all, and especially race cleanly while doing that, makes this so much more fun for me. But something that I also wanted to ask you, Felix. So I do recognize your name a little bit. So I recognize your name, I believe, from either GT Americas or GT Europe. So I just wanted to ask you, was that your first? I believe this season, season 17. Is this your first season here with us at ORL, or have you been driving for us for a little bit?
This actually is our first race here ever. We do have our own community. We're a Mexican community, and we do host. We have been hosting races for over 5 years, I think. And yeah, we race mostly Assetto Corsa. We also do some Competizione, and currently also doing some Le Mans Ultimate. But yeah, first time here, and it's been amazing so far. You know, some issues with the server here and there, but nothing really big and really out of the organizers' hands. And it's really a pleasure to be here tonight. Really great effort from the team, race control, and obviously yourself here with this broadcast. And yeah, just joining to. Yeah, we also do our own broadcasts, mostly in Spanish. You know.
Yes,
we have that Latino style of narrating with excitement. And
yes.
Getting really into the fight.
Yes.
Yeah, all of that.
I do know this. Unfortunately, Spanish isn't my first language, it's my second language, so I wouldn't be able to put as much oomph and effort and just put in that spice that a lot of the Mexican and Latino commentators have, especially in the Spanish language. But I don't know, maybe I'll try one of these days just as a practice run. Every once in a while, you might hear me throw in a couple Spanish words here and there, or I might use like a Spanish pronunciation of a couple words, mainly because I just don't know how to pronounce it in English. So I automatically revert to Spanish, but even sometimes that might be wrong. So anytime you hear me say something incorrect, don't be afraid to yell at me in the chat.
No, please, it's a pleasure. Whenever you want to try, feel free to ask or just give it a shot, and we'll be happy to help. Anyway, in the meantime, what do we have on the screen? I do see you have started sharing your screen. We see a very nice battle going on right now between Pagliai and that's Tommaso Pagliai. I can only reckon he is from Italy, and he's running third right now on that Aston Martin, which has proven to be one of the fastest cars in this circuit and in Assetto Corsa Competizione as a whole.
Oh, you're not wrong, Felix. The Aston Martin V8 Vantage is such a... Okay, so I'm going to take that back. I'm not going to say it's a super strong car, but it is such a consistent car that you can take it to any condition, any track, and it'll do well in the right hands. So good on tire management, relatively easy to get behind the seat and behind the driver's wheel and get the car almost up to pace. Of course, depending on the track, it's not as strong as some of the other cars, but the V8 here behind or under the hood of the Aston Martin is doing wonders here at Spa-Francorchamps. You are correct, it is Tommaso Pagliai in P3, the number 164 Aston Martin, on the back bumper of Jack Humble in that white Aston Martin in front of him. And it is, as you said, Felix, an Aston Martin party today.
Real nice battle. We see it is basically a carbon copy of the line that Humble is doing in front of him. They have both the same machine, and seemingly both have also very similar skills pushing that Aston Martin and driving it very smoothly through that racing line, and really it is one of the most interesting and exciting battles. Two of the drivers to be looking to tonight. They are serious contenders to winning this race tonight. But please, Chris, who is the team that is running currently in first place? It's a Mustang, isn't it? And I also saw you had this very nice survey going on as to what V8s really mean to people here watching tonight.
So yes, so right now in P1, your race leader right now, 258 laps, actually 259 laps down with 13 hours to go in the Odyssey Racing League, 24 hours. Shane O'Sullivan in the lead. The number 13 Ford Mustang for 0 Point Racing, showing and kind of proving to everyone watching at home that the V8s are pretty powerful. As well, in the YouTube chat, we do have a live poll. That question, are V8s overrated? 75% of you say no, 25% say yes. So we may have a little bit of V8 supremacy in the chat. But it's tried, true, and tested platform. In my opinion, the V8 is the way to go. Naturally aspirated V8 too. None of this turbo hunk junk. Naturally aspirated. That's the best. I'm talking speed.
That's amazing. So it does seem that the V8 platform, or at least these latest iterations, show that the engineers have found the formula, as we can see on the hands of Shea O'Sullivan, who's taking this Mustang. Look, he's almost driving it outside the track. He's just mowing there, and the Ford Mustang just remains stable. We do have a battle. I think we were being told there are some battles going on right now for 7th and 8th position. Look at this one, for example.
Yes, there is a battle, 7th and 8th. There is a battle as well going on for P20 and P21. Alexander Soap for TPDX is knocking on the door of the top 20. Julian Burns is not allowing him in. However, on our screen right now, it's the number 132 Ford Mustang trying to catch up to Leonardo Grigis in the 999 AMG. The 999 AMG also one of the only AMGs, and I'm not one of the only AMG out on the track. Very interesting. You would kind of expect, or I kind of expected to see at least one or two more AMGs, because that is also a vehicle that is, there's kind of like the Porsche fanboys and fangirls, like they only drive Porsche, right? And then you have people that only drive Ferrari. There is a specific set of drivers that only drive the AMG, and it's just I'm just interested in, and just flabbergasted to not see any more of them.
It is a really nice car, as we can see. There, Grigis was almost losing the rear, which allows the Ghani to get that little bit closer. He is closing in, and he's already reeling Grigis, who is going on the defense. In the inside goes right now is the Ghani, and he completes a very clean pass for 8th position. No, that's 7th position, and Grigis is now being forced to go into full attack mode. Let's see if he can keep up. Chris.
Grigis in the 999 AMG, one place down, but not out of the race. 12 hours, 57 minutes left, so more than enough time to make up spots or lose a bunch of spots, as we have seen some cars do at the beginning of the race. It is 9:12 p.m. on the track. So that means it's 21:12 p.m. for you 24-hour enjoyers. It's 19 degrees Celsius on the track, 19 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, and it's only going to get colder as the night gets closer.
Night is falling at Spa-Francorchamps in the Assetto Corsa Competizione simulation here at Odyssey Racing League. We're just shy of 13 hours to go. It's only getting more interesting as everybody, I can only assume, Chris, hopes and looks forward to the night following. Racing will only get more and more exciting.
Yes, so I don't know if you were hearing me a little bit earlier in the stream, Felix, but we were talking a little bit. It was actually myself and Richard Harknett talking about nightfall that will eventually happen here at the Spa 24 hours. And it's going to be interesting because some of this part of the track isn't very well lit. So it's going to be a battle not just against the other cars, but almost against yourself, trying to see in the dark where the apexes and where the corners are coming up to where you're going to have to turn. It's going to be a lot harder to see some of the braking points, because here at Spa, some people like to look left, some people like to look right, and a lot of people like to look down when they brake. And unfortunately, when it gets dark, it's a little bit harder to see what's down in front of you when you're hitting the brakes.
It gets really interesting at night here at the Ardennes Forest, and it really is a real test of concentration and consistency. The nice graphics of Assetto Corsa Competizione really allow for some enjoyment. You can look at some references on the side. As we can see here, it's again Degani who has received a 5-second penalty, now pushing, trying to gain another position. This is a lap driver, but they do have some real strong pace. And yeah, in this case, management or traffic management gets really tricky at night. You've got faster cars, they will be flashing their lights. Lapped cars like this one will try to stay out of the way, and mistakes obviously are harder to recover from in the dark. As we can see, there are some other battles going on. What's going on down below the grid?
Yes.
There are other drivers battling, Chris.
So we do have a couple of more battles happening. Julian Burns for Salty Mountain Racing, number 19 BMW in the triple, or it's actually 4 different colors, the red, blue, yellow, and white BMW. Right about a second and a half behind Ronnie Hansen in that Ferrari in front of him. That's number 577 Ferrari, who's battling another Ferrari by the looks of it. So some of the only 2 Ferrari, actually not battling the Ferrari, but they're having to contend with some Ferrari traffic, as we do see the blue flag there on the side of our screen. So that is going to be some lapped traffic. However, the cars don't have to necessarily throw themselves out of the way. They just have to give space and allow the passing car enough room to pass safely. As we all do know, in battles, when or in racing and motorsports, when you do see a blue flag, it's mostly advisory. However, it's usually a better idea to just give up the spot, because that does mean that the car behind you is faster, because they are on a higher lap than you.
Of course, you have teams running different strategies, so it means, as we can see there, that Ferrari in front, that's Hansen in front of Julian Bruns on that BMW M4. There are 2 Ferraris battling it out. Our team is also running a Ferrari 296. It's a very nice car around this track. And yeah, just like you mentioned, Chris, that blue flag is just advisory. However, you must allow anybody who is faster than you, I believe, when you start sensing that, you know, their pace is a little bit stronger than yours, maybe it's wiser to just let them by. They might be lapped, but they might be trying to catch up, and if they're faster than you, just give them some room so that they can pass you. Both of you lose the least possible time and keep pushing and using the other driver to help you and pull you through these laps. And that's what we can see it. Both Burns, Hansen are doing, and they are basically taking this dance to the extremes and just not messing with each other's line, trying to catch onto each other's draft, and not overdraft, but draft, and trying to not be too aggressive or try any dangerous overtakes.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Felix. You are right. Sometimes, even though it may seem like you're giving up time by slowing down and letting that car pass you in the blue flag situation, sometimes it ends up being a benefit to both of you, because what ends up happening sometimes, and I'm pretty sure you've also seen it yourself as a driver, you're trying to pass a lapped car and they kind of want to fight for position, so both of you go into the corner, you both go too deep, and you end up wasting more time than you could have gained, and maybe that ends up having the car behind you catch up faster than you realize.
Heating up tires and losing a little bit of concentration, sweating it up, and just pushing that little bit extra that makes you lose some ground to the car behind you, as you very well said. We can see right now On the screen, another nice battle going on is Misha Romanchik, and he is from Arachnid Racing on that BMW M4 number 71, pushing and trying to catch up to Kosovoon, who is in turn lapping now another Porsche. This is what really is enjoyable. Guys, Chris, our spectators, all participants, this really is what makes it worth it. These events, all of the effort put behind them. Yes, there might be some mistakes, some errors, some technical issues, but in the end, at the end of the day, this is what every single sim racer enjoys. Just driving around Spa, having some nice traffic, having to calculate, having to be careful with your inputs, and enjoying some real nice wheel-to-wheel racing. As we can see right now, it's Caracas. No, that's Mika again on position 11.
Oh, a little flashy there. Almost some contact leading to a spun out car. However, I couldn't have said it more beautifully, Felix. Thank you so much. You are right. Some of the things that makes racing beautiful, and well, this is part of the stuff that makes racing beautiful, is just having to deal with the changing environment, having to deal with not just the other cars on the track, but yourself, your mindset, how you put yourself behind the wheel, being able to stay in the zone, specifically in what some people in English like to call in the pocket, making sure that you are firing on all cylinders so that you can give it all, as well as sometimes knowing when to give it up and let other cars pass. And that is one of the beautiful things of motorsports. I would also say multi-class racing is very beautiful. However, we don't really have a lot of that here in ACC. We do have different classes. We do have the GT4 class, the GT2 class. We do also have the M2 cars. So those are the BMW M2 cars. But right now, this is the Spa 24 hours, and this is GT3 only. So this is a little bit different than normal multi-class racing. However, just as exciting.
Position number 16 is Hansen with that Ferrari. There is a very close and nice fight going on right now. It's only a difference of just a few tenths as we see that
Cornet
Porsche,
on the inside.
Gregory Cornet, yeah, just completing that overtake. We switched, thank you so much to Race Broadcast Production. Gives us a very nice shot of the action going on, and this is going to be lasting for a while because there's two BMWs, that white, yellow, red and blue one, and that green one with black behind it. There is a lot going on right now in this area of the track, Chris.
There is a lot going on. I do see two BMWs in line. Oh, ooh, along the inside, elbows being thrown out. That's the 777 by Steve Schneider, trying to get ahead along the inside, tried to give a little bit of squeeze to the number 3. Excuse me, what number is that? That's number 19. I apologize. Driven by Julian Burns. Julian being forced off the track there. I don't know, however, if Julian gave enough space. Sometimes you usually want to, depending on where you are in the track, and especially for that corner, normally from this perspective, you're a little bit more farther out. You're not towards the middle of the track. However, it did look like Julian gave more than enough space to the number 7, excuse me, the 777 BMW in front, driven by Steve Schneider. So that might have been just Steve sliding into him by mistake.
And look at Cornet now, Chris, right at the entrance of Eau Rouge, going out into Rédillon. It's Gregory Cornet from France. Full on attack on Hansen on
down
that
the
red Ferrari.
Straight. Who wants it more? The Porsche or the Ferrari? A late move into the braking zone. The 148 able to make it stick. Can he cross his T's and dot his I's and cash the check in for the position? He does. The number 148 moving up into P16.
He's going for another one.
Oh, another position. Oh, this isn't for position though. we got a little too excited.
He's just passing cars left and right. Gregory Cornet, just like modern Pac-Man on Spa, keeps eating all the dots. Those cars just see him go by and wave goodbye because on he goes, looking for another victim. And also, Exactly.
Moving
Right
a
there
little
at the
bit
back,
farther
there's
back,
a lot of
yeah.
action going on. There's a big group of cars there fighting it all out. And now we have Mika again pushing against Casabon. They have been fighting and battling for position for over 3 laps now. And we can see in the back there's so much going on. Like we said earlier, we can barely catch our breath with all that's going on right now. And it's been like this for the last 12, 11 something hours,
Yeah,
Chris.
we do have 12 hours, 46 minutes left to go. Right now, we are on board with P10, the number P11. They just lost P10. This is Krakus in the number 71 BMW for Arachnid Racing. Still on that recovery drive. Doing a heck of a job, if I do say so myself. A couple cars going into the pit lanes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chris. This opportunity to say hello to all of our viewers that are showing up to cheer from Mexico. We have 3 teams from Mexico and also teams from Germany, teams from France, Switzerland, the United States, from all over the world participating, taking part of this nice race. As we can see all of this action, it's amazing. It's really exciting. And Mika Romanchuk is going into the pits from Poland, by the way, speaking of countries. And yeah, it's just crazy how many people signed up for tonight's event.
It is such a great thing to see different people from around the world getting together to enjoy something that they love, and that something being motorsports, specifically right now on this spot 24 hours, presented by Odyssey Racing League. 9:25 p.m. in game. So 21:25 if you are used to the 24-hour clock. We're starting to see the headlights of these cars starting to get a little bit brighter, which means that the lights are starting to get darker and might be turned off soon. Who didn't pay the lights? Did you pay the lights, Felix? I paid it last month.
I think everything is paid for. You're right. Look at these beautiful graphics displayed by Assetto Corsa Competizioni, and what is no doubt a high-end rig you got there for this broadcast, Chris. It's golden hour if there were any sun. However, it's overcast, and that only means one thing. There is a big possibility of rain. So everybody brace yourselves, because when the night falls and also the water drops start showing.
I wish you could see my video. I automatically went for, as soon as you said we might have I went for my umbrella, but I can't. The physical comedy jokes. The physical comedy jokes won't work tonight. But yeah, you are correct. It does look like there might be a little bit of rain in the forecast. So that's going to be throwing a little bit of a curveball at the drivers, especially at night. It's going to be, oh man, cold temperatures, rain, and low visibility. I think it might be safety car time.
Chris, I think you just might be the first ever commentator to make physical comedy work on a broadcast live on YouTube, not being visually perceivable. So there you go. It works. You did make me laugh, and I hope
take it. Thank you.
You're keeping our viewers entertained as well.
Speaking of some of our viewers, I do see Jorge Franco says saludos a Felix Bilingue. So saludos, Felix. Saludos
Jorge.
Saludos a todos de nuestros países latinos. Wherever you are from, desde México, desde Argentina, Colombia, Bolivia, Puerto Rico, República Dominicana, no importa de dónde eres, estamos felices que estás con nosotros.
Well said right there, Chris. You do got it. And
I do have a little bit of an accent, but hopefully it was understood.
We didn't even notice. It was just perfect. We have Ball Lion Racing. So great to see racers from all over the world battling it out here at ACC and sharing our passion, respecting each other on track. Well, almost all the time, of course. Sometimes it's so easy it's easier said than done. And Chris, I would like to take this opportunity to ask you what your favorite car is When do you actually participate
My
in these races?
favorite question of the day. So, I say this, and I say this with a full chest. My favorite car is the Lamborghini Huracan. I love the Lamborghini.
You like power,
I am a
and you
huge,
like competitive
I am a
cars, huh?
huge fan of the Lamborghini. Ever since I was a kid, and I saw my first like Need for Speed game, and it had excuse me, I'm getting so excited already. The Lamborghini Murcielago that it had in, and I saw that car for the first time, I fell in love. It was such a simple car, but so powerful and so unique.
So unique
just
and so
loved it.
imposing in its
And
design.
imposing,
We
yeah.
do have a Lamborghini Huracan here. It's driven. Oh, look, we have a battle right now. This is a battle for. Is this a battle for position?
This
No,
is
this
the
is
battle
Cash
for the
Paw.
podium.
Yeah, for the podium. And who is that at the front? That's Thomas.
Yeah, that's Michael Thomas, the number 14 Lexus for 0 Point Racing. This is the teammate of the Ford Mustang for 0 Point Racing in the lead right now. So this is actually two team members, or two sister teams on the podium steps right now. But Kai Pa for Simotech Automation, who's been leading the race for most of the beginning, trying to dash their dreams and take that hope away from them of getting two of their teams on the podium.
I did have one of my stints early on the race, and we could see Cash Paw passing, just dashing by, sweeping through the corners. He is so fast, and we go and see Thomas go into the pits, quits on this challenge, and Cash Paw will have clean air to keep pushing on and try and catch up to the leaders. We were talking about the one Lamborghini Huracan, which is right now being driven by Skrepta. If we could have a take of that one car, which is Chris's favorite, which also, by the way, looks pretty amazing with that purple design. And right now, as we speak, is leading the pace. There's some couple cars behind him. I think one of them is a Ferrari who is lapped. However, we can also see it's a Lexus. No, they are both lap cars, but here is Johnny Skreka, who is pushing and taking at the moment that Lamborghini Huracan, Chris's favorite car. He's taking it very nicely. And what is his lap time currently, Chris? Do you have that
right
data?
now? Yes, the fastest time for the number 23 Lamborghini, who, again, we were actually talking about this earlier. They were a gold-plated car, but I don't know what happened. Maybe there was like an entry list error when they had to rejoin the server or something. But now the Lamborghini's blue. I don't know how that happened, but their fastest time, 2:18.097 here at Spa-Francorchamps, which is pretty fast, and I might say a lot faster than me. I'm not that fast of a driver. Consistent, not fast.
Just as long as you enjoy being behind the wheel, that's all that matters. What about what's going on behind Skrepka? There's a fight going on back there. There's this big battle behind, and I think it's two lapped cars because we can see those blue flags waving, but they do come with some. I don't think that's it.
So there was a battle happening
everywhere
on the screen. Yeah, there are battles happening everywhere. We were gonna move to the battle that you were talking about right now, but as soon as we started talking about that, one of those drivers threw themselves into the pit lane to join the pit lane party. So they are inside of the pit lane, changing tires, adding fuel, and maybe swapping drivers as the night stint is starting to appear like it's starting to come up relatively quickly. Chase Jones on our screen, the number 274 Aston Martin, P18 for him, right behind the number 69 Porsche driven by Eric Huter, P17 for Eric.
Yeah, Eric is defending very well. However, there is a lap car on his way. They will have to try and get past here.
The big blue cone in the way.
Exactly. And look, it's Huter who will try and put some distance in between because Jones is pushing real hard. Can we please have some sort of camera inside on board of Chase Jones' car, because we will be able to see Look at all that. Look at all that. He's just
using
sawing
every
through the
single,
wheel. He's
yeah,
just going.
sawing, trying to keep the car on the perfect racing line, using every single centimeter that he can. Chase Jones and the number 274 Aston Martin almost on the back bumper of that Porsche there. Less than a half a second between them. That's a blink of an eye.
He's not doing bad himself. He is defending with all of his might, and he is seeking the fastest line. There is no room for error right now. There is this beautiful take. Let's see if that Aston Martin driven by Jones will have enough momentum. He does not. He has to yield a little bit, and this allows Hutter to keep forward and in the front for one more lap. Very nice battle, very nice skill from these two drivers that are right now making us, you know, they're just giving us a hell of a show.
Right, you are, Felix. I do see a couple of people in the chat talking about V8s, and this makes me very happy. However, I will say I do have a little bit of a bone to pick with Mr. Richard Hartnett. However, we didn't see it. I wasn't talking about it, but on our screens, we looked at it. Chase Jones able to get past Eric Cuter right there at the top of Radion, coming into the Kemmel Straight, into the hard braking zone of Lacombe's now. Turns 5, 6, and 7. It looks like the Aston Martin of Baller Squad Racing. Chase Jones out in front now.
We also do have some commentary from some of our followers and viewers. JC saying hello to Kimochango. Stefano Ferreira, greetings. Hello everybody, thank you for joining us at this stream.
Yes, thank
I
you
would
very
like
much.
to take this time, Chris, to say hi to all of our fans in Mexico joining tonight and just learning about Odyssey Racing League and enjoying one hell of a show, one hell of a race. It's going dark at Spa, fellas. Get your umbrellas out, bring out the camping tents and some blankets because it's going to get cold. Also, the track surface, the pressures will need to be adjusted. Some fresh drivers will be joining, and the battles are only going to get better. Chris, what's to expect in this next part of the race?
It's going to get dark. It might get a little wet, but hopefully we don't expect the safety car, because I do expect the drivers to still stay clean. We are still...
Chris,
Sorry, go ahead.
We do have another battle. I think it's for position 29. It's Robert. There you go. Is it this one? Well, there's just battles everywhere. This is
P29 is going into the pits as soon as we start talking about the battle, because they get so close to each other. One of them elects to not start the confrontation. They elect, hey, you know what? I don't want to start this battle now. I'm going to go into the pits. After I get out of the pits, I'm going to catch back up and then start the fight. So they're basically waving the white flag saying, hey, you know what? I'll lose the fight right now. I don't even want to fight, but we'll continue fighting later. So we are with another fight, though. This is P23, the number 19 BMW. This is Andreas Rogalski. On the back bumper of one of the Ferraris on track, this is Ronnie Hansen. This is the 577 Ferrari for Team Nuller Esport.
Very close fight, very close battle. I think these two drivers have very similar pace. Now we can see it's Rogalski throwing his car deep into the corner. He is starting to show himself on Hansen's back or rear mirrors. He is trying to find just that tiny gap where he will be able to put his BMW. However, Hansen is not going to make it easy for him and is giving it his best. As you can see, I think, Chris, guys, spectators, I think this is where he is going to go for the attack right at the end of the bus stop.
You might be right. Sometimes the best attack is to make your opponent think you're going to attack, what they like to call a fake move, or a fakie, as I like to say. Sometimes throwing a fakie into a corner is the best attack because it'll get into the mind of the driver. If you fill up their mirrors with your car, you fake a move. Sometimes they're going to be thrown off balance, throws them deeper into the corner, and gives you a nice open door to make that overtake. in the middle of the apex. However, it does look like the Ferrari of Hansen has been able to keep the BMW behind him. The mirrors are full, but the road in front is empty for that Ferrari.
As we witness Chris Julian become a poet, we can also see Rogalski. We can see Rogalski attacking. I wonder if we can request one of the onboard cameras for Hansen's car, the one that looks rear or backwards, because we're going to be there. You go, that's perfect. We're going to be able to see how close just Rogalski is showing himself. He is putting a lot of pressure on Hansen. He is moving his car one side, the other side, right, sticking right to his bumper, and he extends a little bit his braking reference, and he is just varying his racing line and his references in an attempt to try and guess or decipher where Hansen is going to go next. However, I think this battle, as you guys can see, is allowing, isn't that back there, Gagliardini on that Aston Martin, that defensive line has made Hansen go slower, and he has now allowed to have a third party join this battle. It is Gagliardini, and he will be putting also some of the pressure, or actually taking some of the pressure off his back by pushing and getting closer to Rogalski.
Right here, coming through Blanchimont. It is getting a little bit darker, so it's going to be harder to see the braking zone, especially that white line that is there on the floor. That is the usual right after that white line is usually when you want to start braking. Depending on the type of car you have, you might be able to brake a little bit deeper. Some cars have to brake a little bit earlier depending on what you're driving. The Lexus, unfortunately, because, oh my goodness, I'm such a fan also. I don't know if I've told you this, Felix, but I'm also a huge fan of Toyota. So the only Toyota that they have in this game is technically a Lexus. And the Lexus is unfortunately not updated. The version that they have in this game is the 2016 version. And in real life, it's not even updated either. It's, oh man, it's so frustrating as a Toyota fan.
However,
there's
this
no
car
GT3.
still packs a punch. I think we will be seeing the next iteration of a Lexus very soon.
I'm very excited.
At the WEC, right? But
yes, at WEC.
You will agree with me here, Chris. The Lexus still a force to be reckoned with. You guys cannot underestimate its power, and we have it right now in this race. It's fighting for even the win, might I dare say.
Oh, you are not wrong. The Lexus, or any car for that matter, in the right hands in Assetto Corsa Competizione will take you very far. Having strong fundamentals will make the car that you're driving a little bit less relevant. However, speaking about the Lexus, I believe they are in 9th place now, actually making a move in to Lecomb's turn 5, 6, and 7. Zach Schneider along the outside had to give up the spot to the Lexus, who came screaming on in. That was Chris Vinning, the number 14 Lexus for, I believe it's 0 Point Racing. Able to get out ahead.
He was, I think it was amazing. He did take, I think, a pit stop for a driver change. That is what pushed them into the 9th position, down a few spots, but I am no doubt sure he will be catching up and probably making a last push for the first positions. Now, I would like to ask, I have one of our friends here requesting we show car number 8 or 9 is one of the Ferraris from Chemotizo Racing, and they have been dealing with some disconnection and some inability to do some driver change. However, they are proud of still being racing, taking some penalties. You know, every time you rejoin the race and it's not a proper driver change, your controls are locked, they will eat those up and just suck it up and keep racing. We're here to race, not to whine, they say. And I think it's Ferrari number 8, number 9, number 7, something like that. Let's see if we can find it.
Let's see if we can find it. Number 8, number 9, or I do have a number 10 here.
That's it.
Right now, Behind the wheel, Angel Barrios for Quimotizo Niders. I'm going to ask a quick question. Is that also an initial D reference?
It is not.
Okay. I was going to say that also sounds like something in initial D. We do have, I believe the Lamborghini team, they're called Speed Stars, which I kept saying, and like in my mind, I was like, oh, that's initial D, right? That's one of the teams. And I kept thinking about it, and I believe that is. I believe they're called the Akina Speed Stars or Speedsters. I haven't looked it up yet because I just want to be right? Because that makes the Lamborghini even cooler that they made that initial D reference. Because it's one of the coolest shows, especially if you're into racing. You've probably seen a little bit or heard of the show before. So seeing that reference makes me feel younger.
In the case of this race, this Ferrari, it's just the name belongs to a combination. It's a mashup of teams. It's Kemonote Races, Nider Scuderia, and Matizo Racing. And we just came up with some name that wouldn't compromise either one of them. I would like to also take this opportunity to say hello to Abuelo Sim Racing in the comments. Thank you, Abuelo, for showing up and commenting.
Abuelo! Saludos, Abuelo!
There you go, Chris. I think you know more Spanish than you disclose in your applications.
Okay, I may or may not have been embellishing my Spanish, but we'll just keep it going. Keep it hidden. keep it in my wallet.
Battle going on, Chris. It's position 18 and 19. They are fighting it out. They are going really hard right now at the Double Gauche Pouin, pressing Touton from France, putting the pressure on Jean with another BMW.
Yeah, so one of the other cars that is also in abundance tonight, which interesting to see, is the BMW. Not a lot of BMWs usually. In real life, and since I do play a lot of iRacing, so I'm going to put a small disclaimer. I might add that, but it kind of really doesn't matter because this isn't iRacing, right? But the BMW is very strong at Spa. So in my opinion, in ACC, not so much. The BOP has made the BMW to where it is, again, just like the Aston, very solid car. Great for beginners to step in and learn racing and ACC. But in my opinion, the BMW can take you a little bit farther than the Aston can. And I don't know if it's just because of the way the platform is, and maybe because it's the Aston that we have in this game is the older Aston, and I believe also the BMW that we have now, even though it's an Evo, I think they just updated the package as well, not too recently. So there is also a newer BMW package. So we're kind of maybe like 1 or 2 generations back, depending on the car you're looking at. Speaking about generations, we were talking about the Lambo Huracan earlier, and inside of ACC, we have the Huracan Evo 2. So that means before that, there was a Huracan Evo, and before that, there was just a Huracan. Now,
correct.
Since Audi is... I don't know if this is in connection, but Audi, they are leaving the GT3 racing behind, so they're not going to be racing GT3 anymore. So the Audis we're not going to see, and I heard that there's a rumor that there's going to be a new Lamborghini chassis, or a new what's the word I'm looking for? I can't remember what the specific word is. Oh my goodness, I feel... Oh, I'm blanking out. Platform, there you go. They're gonna have like a new platform that's gonna be the new car, the new Lamborghini. I believe it starts with an A, but I cannot get the name down for the life of me. Let me see if I can look it up for you.
Yeah, I think I've seen the name before. I can't remember myself. Going back to the BMW you were mentioning, Chris, it's what we have come to know in Spanish as belonging to the group of cars better known as the curb eaters.
Yep.
They're so stable. Especially that's a particular trait that will bode very well here at Spa. It's a car together with the Mercedes AMG, that Mustang, the Aston Martin, and the BMW M4 itself. All of them on the GT3 class. They are just so stable, and so they can be set up in a particular way that will allow them to just go over curves and cut, well, legally cutting some corners, and that will help them have some very competitive times, as opposed to, for example, the Ferrari, which does better when, you know, sticks to the gray area and actually can get disturbed if driven over some of the very uneven curves here at Spa. It's a car that does better when driven using its aerodynamics optimally, and also their mechanical grip to just keep it glued to the gray part of the circuit. Look at this, Chris, friends that are watching, viewers following this broadcast that's being brought live to you by Odyssey Racing League. Just above 12 hours to go. The lights are already starting to shine. We can see some of the luminaries here at Spa-Francorchamps already glowing, shining, and just being beautiful. It's starting to get dark.
On our screen, the number 104 Aston Martin. This is a Tonton for Stardust Endurance Team. That name does sound familiar. I don't remember where that's from. You know what? I now remember where that's from. I believe that is one of the memes that the young kids are spreading nowadays. That name does sound familiar. I don't know if you know the meme that I'm talking about, Felix. But there's a couple memes going around that make it sound funny. So we are having a little bit of technical difficulties. We did lose Felix for a quick second there, so we're going to try to bring him back to you as quick as possible, racing fans. But as he did say, it is getting dark out here. 12 hours, 19 minutes to go in the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, presented by Odyssey Racing League. I'm going to try our best to get Felix back in here. The one day where we ask Discord to play nice, it does not want to play at all. We'll actually be right back. We're gonna go to a quick intermission. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Do apologize for the technical difficulties, race fans, but we did lose Felix. Unfortunately, Discord was not being happy with us. Thought we were having too much fun, decided to shut down our fun. But we're gonna see if we can bring Felix back in here. And if you can't come back in here, Felix, if you are listening, thank you so much for joining me inside of the booth. Muy amable. And you are welcome back anytime. All you have to do is shoot me a quick DM and we can get you in here. Will there be a broadcast during nighttime? Yes, Felix. I will be here all 24 hours. Well, not all 24 hours, right? I might need to take a little nap here and there. I might take a micro nap as you hear me rumbling or mumbling through the next 12 hours. But yes, I should be there. I should be here for the next 24 hours. But again, racing fans, that was Mr. Felix Vega, driver of Quimotizo Niders, all the way from Mexico. And I do believe we also have some more fans in the chat. Zone Motorsports, saludos al voz sexy, Felix Vega. I do agree. Did have a pretty sexy voice. Again, Felix, you're always more than welcome to come back. It was very fun having you here. Mexico, says Zone Motorsports. Number 71 in the top 10. Let me see. They are. Look at this. Possibly the recovery of a century. Let me look at the predictions. So they're being out barely a little bit by the number 132 in Bruno Zanchi. Bruno Zanchi up 19 spots. Mika Romanchuk in the number 71 BMW for Arachnid Racing up to P9. Up 15 spots. I'm going to say this. No matter where Arachnid Racing places, they're doing a hell of a job. They're doing a great job. Great recovery, putting down your head, and just getting to work, firing on all cylinders, and going until the end. That is what racing and the spirit of competition is about. You may be down, but you're never out until the timer hits 0. But again, adding on to what Felix was saying earlier. Bienvenidos a todos nuestros seguidores latinos. Doesn't matter if you are de Mexico, de Puerto Rico, de Argentina, Colombia, Venezuela, Uruguay, Perú, República Dominicana, Cuba. No importa de dónde eres. I'm just glad that you're here. Thank you so much for joining us. It is starting to get dark, 9:58 p.m. Almost 22 o'clock for you 24-hour clock enjoyers. That is basically everyone outside of the United States uses the 24-hour clock. So I'm not going to be afraid to use both. 12 hours, 11 minutes left in the 24 hours of Spa, presented by Spa-Francorchamps. A little bit more about the event. This is part of the $1,000 prize pool here. So the top 3 winners will be put into the prize pool. They will be winning a chunk of the prize pool. And then 2 random teams that finish the race will be also entered into a draw. Or not 2 teams, but all of the teams that finish the race that are not part of the top 3 will also be entered into a random drawing. 2 teams will be picked out, and they will also be given a portion of the prize money. So I'm very curious to see who's going to win and take it all. Starting to settle down a little bit. Starting to get darker, so the cars and the drivers are going to be a lot more cautious out on the track. Chris Vinning, 0 Point Racing, number 14 Lexus, P4 right now. As we see cars starting to get into the pit lane and get ready for those night stints. back in the commentator's booth. We got him out of his racing suit and back in the seat, in the broadcast seat, to be exact. Mr. Rich Harknett back in the booth. How you doing, Richard?
Out of my racing suit?
Yeah, you have to wear a racing suit and a helmet when you're in the safety car. You just can't go in there willy-nilly in flip-flops.
Yeah, well, I'm in bare feet, so we'll just pretend it's like real life.
Reminds me of a friend that I had in high school. He'd always just wear flip-flops all the time. Like, no, anytime, summer, winter, fall. Like, it's Texas, right? But it still gets kind of cold. And it gets really hot. So, like, when you're in the pavement or, like, when you're out... I played American football growing up. So, like, on the turf field that we had, it would add, like, maybe 10, 15 degrees. So, if it was, like, 101 degrees Fahrenheit outside, so 40 C, the field, if you were standing on the field, it would be, like, 45 or 46 C, basically.
Yeah.
And
big changes.
He would just wear flip-flops all the time. He was just a really weird kid. His name was Philippe Flop.
No way. You're making up these jokes. Making up these stories.
Yeah. I thought it was a funny joke. I don't know. Let me know in the chat what you thought of that joke. I'm gonna leave you with that. That's my joke of the night.
That's your contribution to the whole race.
Yep. As it's my turn to go into the pit lane and join the pit party. We're gonna be doing a quick intermission. Yeah, the pit lane party. You weren't there? It's in pit lane or pit booth. No, not booth, bay. It's in pit bay 5. You didn't see that? All the flashing lights and all the balloons coming out of pit bay 5 as you drove by? Oh no, wait, you're in the first bay, so it doesn't. Oh, I'm in the wrong bay. I've been going to the wrong bay the whole time. I've been eating someone's snacks. They're gonna be so mad. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna have to go apologize. I'll be back. Richard, I'm gonna leave. Chat, please don't scare Richard away. Be very nice to Richard. Do not hit the glass too hard because you'll scare him away and then I'll get fired. All right? Be nice, chat.
Don't deafen. Just mute.
I got you.
Okay. I don't know what I walked into, chat, but welcome back. We are here. He's also forgot to share his screen, so I don't know what he's looking at, but we're just gonna wing it and do the best we can here today. Thank you everyone for sticking around. We are in the last half of the race. He did share his screen, so I do have a little bit of context as to what we're looking at here today. I may have to step away just in case of a safety car, but yeah. Thank you guys for sticking around. We are in the last 12 hours of the race. Everything's been great so far. It's been clean, it's been exciting. We've had 5 safety cars, which is wild, and they've all gone so well. No confusion. There was like a couple bumps and bruises throughout it, a couple people who didn't know how to overtake properly, but we're all figuring it out, we're all learning together. And here we are. So yeah, for me, it's like 7:30 p.m. roughly. So we've been at this, for me, I've been up since about 4, so I'm pushing a pretty long day here, and I'll be doing this until the morning. But for the rest of you guys in the chat, how many people are here? It says there's 24 watching. Whoever is watching that's not racing and actually available at their keyboard, how have you guys been? What are some of the highlights that you guys have seen in the race today? I'll give you guys a moment to answer if you're around. I noticed that 68% of people do not agree that V8s are overrated, and I just want to say that that 68% is the smarter percentage, the smarter grouping of that. V8s always make everything better, they're not overrated. As you guys can see, it is quarter after 10 in the in-game session, so that means we are in the nighttime. We have the lights on the cars. Looks like Kojo's screen is a little bit brighter than mine, so you can see the nighttime a little bit better. On my screen, it's actually pretty dark. Oh, I'm gonna have to sneeze in a second. I'll try not to. But Fleece, Flippy, Flappa, man, oh, we got a drive-through cleared by car number 14. Yeah, stores have been kept pretty busy. this race. Been a lot of little minor incidents. Right now there is a 5-second penalty for car 71 driven by Romanchuk, and I think that's actually it as far as penalties go, which is not actually that bad at all at the moment. But the cars are spacing out quite a bit. We haven't had a safety car in a couple hours, and what we find happens is that the cars do tend to spread out quite a lot very quickly, because the pace of the fastest cars to the slowest cars is quite different, quite radical actually. That the top guy is just pulling away. He was doing, the top team was doing like 15s, like 2-minute 15-second laps, while the rest of the grid was kind of closer to the 20s, so 3 seconds a lap. Doesn't over some other drivers goes pretty quick. So yeah, we will start to see P1 closing that gap up till possibly the top 10 within a couple hours, meaning that only the top 10 teams will be within the lead lap. Looking at the chat, no one's responded to my big inquiry. Guys, what are you doing? Just want to know how everyone's doing today. We have, yeah, 27 people watching. It's not too bad. Koju has left us on autocam, but it looks like we have the pleasure of looking at Gamov number 23, the Lamborghini there, Speed Stars. Very blank livery, but it's clean, so it looks good. Getting a little bit touchy with the limits there. I know that they were fine, just getting a little bit close. He is in P5. But the distance to P1, as you guys can see, the P1 driver, or the car on the mini-map, is the triangle. So it's number 13, who is almost 2 full sectors ahead of him, because number 13 is going to be crossing the line for sector 1-2, as 23 here is going to be crossing the sector 3 line. So yeah, pretty far distance to travel. So, yeah, a lot of ground to cover for these guys. Yeah, and right now, so we do actually have, I believe, if we exclude the safety cars, just gonna quickly look, exclude the safety cars, there are 36 cars left in the race. So, not too bad. I am in one of the safety cars, so as I mentioned earlier, I may have to disappear briefly, just in case there is an incident that needs to be dealt with. Okay, I'm gonna figure out pop out Discord here. Oh, there is the pop out button. Perfect. Just want to make sure I have this stream on the screen at all times. I will check in with the chat as periodically as I possibly can, but that actually almost worked. Just arranging my monitors here. Recently got myself an ultra wide 49-inch, and it's been awesome. I also have the track map open as well, so I can kind of follow along with what's going on track. Now, while I'm doing some setup stuff on the back end here, do any of you guys have any questions about Odyssey Racing League or anything that goes on here? Anything about today's event specifically, prize pools, rules, anything like that? We do have looks like I gotta address a quick rule question here. A lot of little things go into planning these events. little things like making sure your rule book is on point, and that, which is like kind of the major one if I'm being completely honest. Just answering a quick question. Sorry guys here. I'm sure you're not listening to me anyways. 4.6. So what time is it for all you guys out there watching this stream? What time zones are you guys in? Very curious to see how many people from different parts of the world are watching this all at once. Here's some answers. A lot of names in the chat I don't recognize, so I'm assuming a lot of you guys are here from some of the teams. Love to see it. So we got Maverick and CST. And CST is like European Central, right? And France. So that's the same thing, right? France Central, or is that? Yeah, that should be the same, right? Because it's on the mainland. I'll have to confirm because I'm so bad. Without me having to pull out World Time Buddy, I just want to see if I'm right, because I think France is CST, right? And then you hop over the pond to BST. Or something like that. But yeah, some names I don't know. Zone Motorsports is a name I haven't seen unless I know who you... The thing is, I probably know half of you guys too in the chat. I just don't remember your names, like your gamer tags or your... display names. Felix Vega, who was, I think, just in the broadcast earlier. Legendary fella there. Ooh, a little side-by-side action for those BMWs. Things have been getting a little bit spicy, which is pretty fun. But the nice thing about the safety cars, it keeps the battles raging on for a long period of time. Right, so it's just like non-stop, and then when we do it again, we just group everyone back together and just keep going at it. Something that's funny that I was probably saying earlier, if anyone was still around or not, is the safety car, because it's parked in the pit for so long, it does slowly move over. I don't know how, but it like slides across the track. So periodically I have to go back and bounce myself back into the pits or jump into the garage. So I do have some flashing here. It looks like these guys are approaching some blue flag traffic in the middle of the battle. Let's see from my perspective here. So I believe was car number 777. Just want to get a better angle from my own side here. So actually, it's almost the opposite, it looks like. He is flashing. Oh, it is a blue flag car. So he is flashing to get that overtake done. but it does look like the auto cam has moved on to even better things. So we're looking at, oh, and it just flashed to another car again. I cannot follow this guy at all. It's the only last on the Aston of Jay Humble in P4, driving the 47 car. These guys, specifically 47 and 224 and 13 and 164, have been doing really, really good. Top 4. They've been fighting back and forth all over the place. The Lexus was doing well as well, but seems to have fallen down the ranks a little bit into 10th place. Looks like R. Hansen in P23 driving the 577 Ferrari does have a drive-through. And then also there is a 5-second penalty for car 23 that was just issued, and still a 5-second penalty on car 71. And this big cluster of cars here. We're on P1 of Justin Stubenrosch. If I'm even saying that right, I'm sure Durasso will correct me. He is just trying to get his way through these lap down cars. Okay, has left me again. Oh, we just seen a contact on the grid. Both cars are backwards. Probably not enough for a safety car. We'll see what the stewards have to say, but looks like they could probably rejoin. There's a minor contact. Probably nothing too serious. Yeah, it looks like they both rejoined. And unfortunately, I don't have control of the camera, so I can't jump back into that replay. Koju will be back in about an hour. He's just got to go and do some stuff and things, but yeah, so it looks like that was taken care of on its own. Sorry guys, I had to take a quick pause there for a moment. But yeah, we're back. Let me open up the window with the stream in it, because I'm losing time. There's still no chance, it's okay. We're back on to Justin in P1. My game is confused. Oh no, no, Justin's the fastest lap. We're on Jeffrey Miguel Reno Ritchie. That guy has 4 names. Alright, I'll try my best to remember that. And again, like as I go on, there's a little traffic jam. And I looked like there was like a little contact there. And it keeps cutting out at the perfect time when those contacts come up. So Vincenzo Senatore, if I'm saying that right, is going through Rouge right now. He's being chased. Being chased aggressively by P3. Jeffrey Miguel Reno Ritchie. Battle for second place. Very, very close. Literally like a 10th away from each other. Side by side into the braking zone. Not quite leaving enough space because there's a little bit of door bang in there, but that's okay. It's honest racing. Nothing too crazy. And there's a battle directly ahead of them. It is blue flag. Actually, it's not even a battle. It's a blue flag situation. So they will have some traffic to contend with in a moment here. So looks like Ritchie is gonna pull away from this one. No, wait. Yeah, I'm on the wrong car. So it looks like Senatoria is going to pull away from this. What is going on with my lap times? I'm sorry, guys. I will just jump back down to P20. Just follow it. Cornet. In the Porsche, which has no livery, unfortunately. Gotta love the sound of that Porsche. Right behind him is Bruno Zanchi in the Ford of 132. He is a lap up, so he'll be looking to get his flashes going on the Porsche here at any moment now if he hasn't already, because they can flash once per straight to indicate their intention to overtake the blue flag car. And we're already moving on to Quentin Robert from OSRT, number 900. This will be one of the guys, no, he's actually quite up there, closer to the lead lap. He's a couple laps down, but no big issue for him. He's not in last place. He's still got 5 cars behind him. We've got a yellow on track as well. Just going to check into that. It is Hector. Looks like nothing, but he is driving without his lights on, which is a little bit crazy. I'll have to mention that to the stewards. Back to P20. Hard to keep up with this auto cam because it's a lot faster at switching cameras than the way I have it set up. So nice thing about the auto cams is you can kind of set it up based on your commentary style. For me, I do like to spend a lot more time on a car, but Koju's like rapid fire, doesn't stop talking. Great work. So he's able to get a lot of information about each car in there before he moves on to the next. Yeah, this is Manfred Steiner, car number 777, and he's just in a team called Sim Racing. That's it. Simple as that. Now it looks like we are back to watching P1. Justin in 13 Mustang, doing quite well. He's gotten past most of the blue flag cars going into Rouge and Radeon. He's got some cleaner ahead of him for a couple minutes at least before he catches up to cars 300 and 900. 300 is 1 lap down, I believe, and then 900 is at least three laps down, it looks like, possibly. And these guys have been running really well. They've been having a big battle for P1 between, I believe, 244, 47. Oh, they're all still there. 47 dropped down, but I assume from a car change, and then 164. These guys all keeping it very, very close, very competitive. Great work from all of them. Stewards informed me earlier, it's kind of entertaining. There are a bunch of teams who have been actively watching the pit entry and exits, because one of the rules here in ORL is about crossing over the pit entry and exit lines. And there are some teams who have somebody specifically with a fixed camera watching every single car leave the pits, and they're reporting every single instance of someone cutting the pit exit lines, even if it doesn't gain them an advantage, which hey, it's their prerogative, like, do what you gotta do, but it's kind of crazy that people are micromanaging that rule so much more than just focusing on their own team's race. But I guess whatever competitive edge you can get, you go for, right? So, very, very interesting strategy to go with. What about you guys in the chat? What rules in racing are you sticklers for? What's like your biggest pet peeve that you always watch out for and you will report someone? The end of your day is try and keep up with them or try to compete with them and make sure you have an advantage. For me, I have to really think about this one. It's not the pit entry and exit, that's for sure. But for me, it's in Odyssey Racing League, we have a rule about using your flashers in non-blue flag or non-class overtaking positions. That's one of my big ones because if it's a rule, it's a rule, so you follow it. So I will always report those ones for sure. Love to hear what your guys are. The one rule that you just cannot accept being broken, no matter what. Whoops. Alright, where are we at now? So, we do have car 13 pitting. So, that's going to be interesting because now that it's this dark, over the last hour it really, really got dark. That means things are going to start getting cold. And that means different strategies, different tire pressures, different tire management as well. It's a little bit cooler, so the tires may last longer, but you also have to work a little bit harder to heat them up, which is really something that you got to worry about. Heating up the tires is definitely a lot harder when it's cold, so they're going to be higher pressure as well. I mean, the tires are going to be a little bit stiffer. So the nighttime gets to be very challenging. You'll see lap times. You may actually see lap times go up a little bit because they won't have to worry about tire degradation as much because keeping them hot is difficult. So that means they don't wear out as much. But you'll also see a lot of different battles at different paces, which is very interesting as well. So these two cars on the screen here, not sure, I don't know where everyone's at with their pit stops, and I can actually find that out for you guys to find out how long a car's been on track. Let me just grab wherever my mouse went. So we are looking at car number 15. Car number 15 looks like they've been out for... I just realized it's not showing me. Interesting. Oh, right, because it's in a different tab. Sorry, guys. It's been a little while since I've done this. I haven't been commentating in quite some time. So if we're looking at car 29, for example, they've been out of the pit box for 11.5 minutes. We got a yellow flag. You won't be able to see it on your end, but it's car number 74, Leon de Blanchimont. Spun out a little bit. Nothing major solo issue to deal with here. Yeah, so they'll possibly be pitting right now. Car number 28, sorry, I keep getting the places and the car number mixed up. So 847 of bronze has been out for almost 7 minutes. So he's just starting his stint. Car in P17, 696. Rat has been out for about 20 minutes, so he's about a third of the way through his stint. So lots of time there to worry about. On to 148, 18 minutes as well. So a lot of these guys are sort of in the early phases of their stints right now. I will wait and point out one who isn't, and we will see how they are behaving out there on track. With endurance racing, it does become very, very difficult to kind of tell where people are relatively to you, because sorry, quick distraction here, because of the shuffling of the pit stops and the strategies and stuff like that. So really makes it interesting. Gotta give a lot of credit to Koju, guys. If anyone is in the chat right now and tuning gets back, give him lots of praise, because there is no way I can do this for this long. You know, I did a lot of commentating earlier on in my time here in ORL, and I don't mind it. If I'm being honest, I actually quite like it. It's just very tiring. Very, very tiring. It takes a lot out of you to talk for a long time. Who'd have thunk it? I just sit in a chair and talk. But yeah, it's a lot of work. So yeah, if anyone's in here when he gets back, make sure you give him some praise. Buy him a coffee if you live near him. I won't disclose that information, but send him a little McDonald's or Starbucks or whatever gift card. I didn't tell you to do it. And I don't know when, but I'll give you guys a warning that we will be in a silent stream situation for a bit. I will have to leave. Looks like O'Sullivan has... Oh, that is him with the fastest lap. So maybe he... I missed what happened to him, honestly, but he's fallen down a couple positions there, right? Maybe he went to the pit and I totally didn't notice? So as we get into the nighttime of the race, things do tend to get a little bit quiet, and I would be actually very curious to know who in the world right now lives in a time zone that's close to the race. Actually, not many people. I thought it might be Eastern time, because for me it's 8 p.m. The game says 10 p.m. So that would be like Eastern time, like New York, Toronto, Miami. And there is one further time zone in Canada and South America, I believe. There's like Atlantic or something like that. And that's a very small group of people. But it's possible that they are in the same time zone as races. Thinking about it, I never really thought about putting a race at the same time as like IRL based on wherever I am. Might do that for the next one. Because we usually do them in the morning, so you get like a full day. Ooh, car off track here, BMW rejoining in the bus stop. I realize that you're in a different part of the map than me, but not too far off. Let's see, we are looking at number 132 of Bruno Zanchi. And just to give you guys some context, he is coming pretty close to the end of his stint. He is at 53 minutes on track right now, so that means he will have to pit in the next 10 minutes or so. Or if there is a safety car, he will probably opt in to pit right away, because the safety car timeline does slow things down a little bit. And maybe not right away, but he will definitely think about doing it in the next like 5 minutes, and if there's a safety car, he might do it on the second safety car lap because it would maximize his drive time. Right behind him is a car that is a lap down, but they seem to be keeping up with him at a pretty decent pace. And hard to see like what their time is, but yeah, not too bad. So now we're gonna move on to Diego Denerte, who also 55 and a half, almost 56 minutes on his stint timer, or yeah, stint timer. So he has less than 10 minutes to pit. My girlfriend just brought me a small plate of nachos. Life is good. Can you put time to time some fast lap or something on the screen, or at least tell it? I can't put it on the screen because I am doing a spectation, or I'm doing spectating on Discord on Koju's stream, but I will get you the fastest laps right now, my friend. Let me figure this out. So fastest lap right now in the race is held by car number 13, driven by Shea O'Sullivan at 2:16.5. And just a quick look up and down, that is the only 2:16. Oh, there's Christian Ranieri in P7, driven by car number 47, is 16.9. So 16.5, 16.9 are the top two fastest times, and they're the only two in the 16s. The rest are in the 17s. I'll just fire them off really quick here. P1 has a 17.1, P2 has a 17.6. I missed Tommaso Paglia in P6, car number 164, has a 16.8. P8 515 Zach Schneider has a 2:17.8. Michael Thomas in P9 has a 2:17.4. Yeah, so I don't know how many times you want, or if you want to just know the fast times. But just to give you an idea, fast guys are not as fast as they were in qualifying, obviously, because they had probably zero fuel and fresh tires. But low 16 for number 13. very good context to be aware of. Now, it is a good question you asked that. Just in case you're aware, if your team doesn't use it, ACC Drive, which I can send you a link to if you're interested, is the best app for doing team events. It actually has a feature that'll tell you all the fast times. Sorry, what do you mean? Let's say around an hour or something? You mean check back in an hour? What do you mean teams who have been out for about an hour? Yeah, I'll just let me know what you meant by that. Just the top 10 or a few fastest guys. Yeah, that's kind of it, to be honest with you, man. Like, I'm just pulling the fastest times I see, so I'm ignoring pretty much all 218s and 219s, which is like all the way down the grid. P24 has a 18.6, but that's not really what you're looking for. There's an 18.7 for P30, but again, not quite what you're looking for. So just floating around the top in order of positions right now. So P1, 17.1, P2, 17.6, P3, 16.5, P4, 18.1, P6, 16.8, P7, 16.9, P8, 17.8, P9, 17.4, and P10, 17.6. And honestly, I think that's really it for people who have, at the top 10 are the only people who have like 17s that have a competitive advantage. So the spread is pretty large, like if I'm being completely honest. Just in the top 3, you have 2.16 and 5 and a 2.17.6, which is like 1.1 seconds apart. But the opposite way you think of. So P1 is actually slower than P2, and car number 13 just went up to P2 from P3. So yeah, P13 or P2 number 13 is the fastest car on track at the moment by quite a substantial amount. So hopefully that helps you out quite a bit there. Gives you lots of information to go off of. Nice talking, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This is not something I love doing anymore, commentary, but hey, someone's got to do it. Coach has been at it for like 12 hours. He deserves a break. More than anyone, if I'm being completely honest. Stewards have been great. Race control, safety car, they've all been great, but talking non-stop is insane. Mentally exhausting. So there does seem to be about 2 or 3 sort of pit stop windows happening right now on track. There's like kind of like 2 or 3 groupings of pit stops happening. One of them's happening right now, and this is going to be the people that I mentioned who are sort of in that 50+ minute range. So we're going to see a lot of pit stops happening in the next couple minutes, and it's varying from all up and down the grid. So, you know, we're going to see 999 in the pits because they've gone over their stint time, which means they probably are in the pit right now. As I look down, I believe I do see the car in there, so that's good. Number 23 looks like they're in the pits as well, which checks out because they're at a long stint as well. 274 will be coming to the pits probably right now, if not in a little bit, probably another lap or 2. Yeah, looks like they're going to do another lap. Obviously, another lap is getting into the risky territory, but hey, it's better to take the risk. We have car 300 must have just come out. Looks like who else? And then there's a couple cars in the mid 30s and mid to late 30 minutes stint times to like the low 40s. Zach Schneider just came out to car 515, so he's just left the pits down the straight there into the first chicane. And we have a yellow on track. I'm wondering if it's just someone going into the pits. It may have been, yeah. So sometimes the yellows on the software appear when people are just exiting the pits. Simple as that. But yeah, guys, I know I'm here filling in for Christian at the moment, but I do have to tend to something for a few minutes. I may be gone for a bit, but I'm going to try and come back as fast as possible so there isn't just endless silence. I forgot to select the driver swap and had to do an extra one because I cannot do 3 in a row. Man, 3 in a row is tough. I've done 2 myself, and that is like, I'm okay with it personally, but you definitely start to like taper off in your abilities by then. That's really tough. So good on you, but 3 would be crazy. It's like back in the day, like the 60s and even earlier in Le Mans and those endurance races, you have 2 drivers doing the 24 hours. Like, that is crazy. And some teams do it in esports, and I would actually like to do it, 2 or 3 drivers. But yeah, that's tough. Especially if like your teammate falls asleep or gets hurt or ends up having like a last minute emergency or something like that. Not slept, only 3 people in the car. Hey, I commend you for it. I'm not sleeping pretty much at all either, so I totally know where you're coming from. Completely. Sorry, I haven't been monitoring the chat because I've just been doing some other things. But yeah, I mean, honestly, 3 is tough. But that's like, for me personally, like, that's what I would like to do. That's kind of like my thing. Just being minimal and just having a dedicated group of guys to work with. Like having 6 on a team is crazy for me. I just don't like having that many people. Like 4 for me would be the perfect number because then you each get 6 hours and you can cycle it 4 times basically. Alright, race fans. I am taking a break from some of my work stuff that I was doing. Unless my phone rings, I'm here until Koju gets back. We are in the last 11 hours of this race. Haven't seen a safety car in a little while, which is kind of surprising. We also haven't seen weather in a while. The race, when it started, about an hour after there was some rain, I'm not gonna lie to you, we did set it up so there would be more rain, so actually really surprised we haven't seen anything. And I personally really hope we see rain a couple more times before the end of the race, because that is the real equalizer in racing, is the rain. It really shows where certain people shine and do better than others, especially when there are pit stop strategies and tire changes that must happen, and when there's chances of the cars slipping across the track and resulting in a safety car. So hopefully we see something like that very soon. A good commentator will be back soon, hopefully, because I am struggling to stay awake, and I hope when he comes back he's got some Red Bull, because I want him to keep going, because he's great. He's a great commentator. I do feel bad for him, but great. We'll see what happens. So there isn't a lot of action because the gaps are pretty big right now. Like if you're looking, okay, this is a battle here. No, it's not. The timing on the tower is weird. It says 14 seconds behind. This means the blue flag that he's trying to pass right now, I believe. I gotta pull up my side just to get more context here. So P17 is shows P16, sorry. Just went off track. That is crazy. Gonna rejoin. A little bit of a late braking situation there. Does have a always a lap down to the car head. Okay, so he was the blue flag actually. Looking at P2. Right now they have a 10-second penalty. I'm not sure what for at the moment, but they're racing a bit. And we're back down to 19th. I love how fast this is. I cannot keep up. Tam Vandenberg does have a lap up car ahead of him and a lap down car behind him. He's 25 seconds behind P18, who is 4 physical positions ahead of him. Up at Jake Finn. Jake Finn, please break turn 1. He is, where is he? He's a little bit behind. He's got a blue flag car here ahead of him. So he's going to be going for that overtake at some point. If that blue flag car lets him, looks like he's going to let them go on the outside. Take the inside here, which actually is probably the best move for getting the overtake done. So clean blue flag overtaken done there by Jake Finn. Still has lots of blue flag cars to get past to catch up to where he needs to be. Right now he's got like at least 6 in front of him. Maybe 7. I'm trying to see the total, but yeah. A bit of work he's going to have to do to keep it going. And then looking up a position ahead at Caracas in P8 also has a bunch of blue flags ahead of him as well. And then looking at Paglia. I don't know what's that last name. I'm sorry. Oh, it just keeps jumping. It just keeps jumping. Number 999 is... It's got actually a blue flag car coming up behind him. But not quite there yet, and then back to 2. This is crazy. I have to talk to Koju about his auto cam. His auto cam is still the fast moving way too high, I think. I'll just share settings and see why it lingers on people so long. That 10-second penalty is really going to mess him up though, because T. Paglii, I'm saying that one right, is 13.4 seconds behind him, and that would bring them very, very close after the next pit stop. And for P1 and 2, or sorry, 2 and 3, I should say, they aren't too far off of each other's stint times. They're about 15 minutes off of each other's stint times. I can imagine that if a safety car came out, they would probably be back on par, which would give Paglii a little bit of an advantage to catch up and close that 13.5 second gap. It does seem to be the only penalty at the moment being held by any driver, so it's something for him to really consider as he goes about his race. Yellow, but I don't think, yeah, it's actually not a yellow, so never mind that. 777 is in the pits. This race is definitely overdue for a safety car. I don't wish for people to have the races ruined or get into crashes, but it is interesting to see everyone get back into formation, start closer together, close these gaps up. It makes for a good hour of intense racing across the board. As 24-hour races in esports and virtual racing go on longer and longer without safety cars, the gaps become bigger and bigger. And I mentioned this a few hours ago when I was in here with Koju earlier about how it's unfortunate when people get into a crash or stuff like this happens, but it's also nice when you're in a situation where you can get back to close racing and be on your toes at all times. Right now we are looking at Rodriguez, it looks like. Still has a 10-second penalty. He's passed a couple blue flags. Has that Mercedes right behind him, who isn't really close to him as far as like grid position and lap, but still keeping up with him a little bit, which is pretty impressive. And he is, I gotta double check how far behind, but he is behind O'Sullivan by 40, almost 40 seconds, which is quite substantial. In Spa, that's about a quarter or 2/5 of the lap. So he still has some ground to make up. It's only like 2/3 of a sector long as you see him in sector 2, while O'Sullivan's also in sector 2. So a safety car would definitely bridge that gap and bring them back together. And because they've been fighting so close and fighting so hard, there definitely would be some action worth checking out. Looks like on my screen you don't see it, but 224 is struggling to overtake some blue flags. Sullivan has a bit of fresh air for the moment, but he will be planning his pit stop soon, as he's almost at the 55-minute mark. And again, getting towards 60 is kind of the area where you want to really consider what's going on, watch out what's going on the track around you and in the clusters. See if there's any cars that are having intense battles that could turn into a collision. Although nothing will probably happen, it's still some things you gotta consider. You wanna consider every single thing going on when you're making your decisions. If you have a good spotter, which is very important, or a good engineer, they will be mindful of all these things happening on the track in the areas that you're not worried about. Because as a driver, all you should be worried about is what you see in front of you and just being as fast as you can. Your engineers and spotters should be worried about what's going on around you or on the rest of the track, and who you are actually battling. Because sometimes, again, you're not battling the person who's in the next position to you. You're not battling P2 if the guy in P2 just came out of the pit stall and you're still out there, or vice versa. He's in P1, he's 40 seconds ahead. That's about half of the pit stop timeline. So what that really means is he needs to know if he pits in 7 minutes, hypothetically. He needs to know, A, where is he going to come out? Where is he going to come out on track? Who is he going to come out beside or in between? Where is, 224, right? Who's, I know, is behind him, but like that's when his biggest contender. Then where is 47, who's in P7 right now, just FYI, who just came out of the pits? So that's something you have to worry about, because he may or may not be behind car 47, maybe in front of him, maybe behind him. Yeah, and then you wait another 20 minutes to find out what 224 does, especially with that 10-second penalty. All these things to consider, and then making sure that the drivers stay focused. As an engineer, you want to make sure that you see the lap times, they start to climb down a little bit, they start to slow down. You want to make sure the driver's focused. Hey, but you're good, just check in. Like me right now, as I sit here yawning in the background, trying to keep it quiet. But it's not easy to keep that quiet, that is for sure. Guys, I will be right back. little bit more exciting, possibly. So yeah, Isaac, you can see Coach is sharing his screen there. That's what we're looking at. And then there's my screen in case you need just information. Absolutely. Welcome to Orel. He's new. Never been here before. First day.
First time.
Yeah,
First
it's great.
day, yep.
It's great. Koju seems to be undeafened, so he's back. He said he's eating. So guys, he's taking his first meal break because we're letting him have his first meal break. 11 and a half hours of the race, he's allowed to eat for the first time.
I needed solid food. I needed solid food after chugging back Red Bulls all day.
Yeah, for real.
The commentary got crazier and crazier throughout the day. That I've been chugging a lot of them.
I've decided he's worked hard enough to earn some food, so he gets a break. Maybe you'll get some more food after the race is over, potentially.
Maybe we'll talk about it.
I'm not gonna lie. I stole this from the pit lane, so some of the drivers are gonna be upset. No one say anything though.
Oh no, not the driver catering.
I was literally in line to get tacos, and then they closed. I was mad. I was like, wait a second, I want to order. And they're like, no, sorry, we're closed. And I was like, all right, I just left.
That's crazy.
So I went to go steal food from the drivers.
Understandable. They're in the car. They don't need it at the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of late here too. So I mean, it is dark outside. So as you can tell, 11:41 p.m. in the race. That is 22:41 for you 24-hour clock enjoyers. No, 23:41.
Yeah, 23:41.
Yeah. You're gonna know real fast that my math is terrible.
So Isaac, what league are you normally commentating for?
So typically we have a league in Australia that we run called Adrenaline GT, which is a ACC sprint series for console, and that's one of the commentators that run for that league. So we're only in our second season. We're sort of a new league at the moment. We're working with a broadcast partner at the moment to bring all the races live. We race on Friday nights here in Australia, so it's been really good, and we have a fairly large field at the moment. We have 36 drivers for our most recent sprint round at Red Bull Ring, which was really good. So it's been a lot of fun, and I love commentary. I love racing, but I love being behind the microphone and doing a bit of commentary. So I've been enjoying being on the other side of it, which is nice. I don't have to be involved in all the incidents. I just let these guys go out and do all the hard work.
Yeah, absolutely. But how does commentating on console work? Like, I don't know anything about consoles. I haven't played a console in like years. I joined the PC Master Race and just never looked back. So how do you share the screen?
So, well, there's a couple ways you can do it. We operate through PlayStation, so you can use the remote share app or the remote play app, which just means that you boot up the software on your computer and you can see your PlayStation. The other way we do it is through a capture card, so you just plug the capture card into your PlayStation and then into your computer and get the video that way. The broadcast system in ACC on console is very limited in comparison to what we have here. Like, you've got obviously the multicams, you can have an auto cam set up, and like the leaderboard on the side there with the way it's displayed, you don't get that on console. If you're spectating, you either have the little leaderboard down the bottom of the screen like everybody else, and you have to sort of scroll through the drivers, or you have to be on the return to garage screen, like the pause menu where the leaderboard comes up, and scroll through that way. So it's very limited with what we can do. So it's not the best visually. This is a lot more visually appealing, I think, running it on PC with the way you can do the broadcast, but it creates a good product. I think it's just more limited.
Are you sure they don't have that broadcast view on the console version?
Yes, very sure. I've spent many hours trying to find it.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
Unless someone knows something I don't, and there's anyone out there that wants to share a little trick with me that I'm missing, which I'd be more than happy to learn. But yeah, we haven't been able to find it as yet.
Yeah, that's totally out of my wheelhouse for sure. No idea how to do any of this stuff. It was all taught to me. I would be so lost if I had to. I wouldn't even know if stuff existed if it was left up to me, to be honest. No, good on you for figuring it out. That's absolutely for sure.
Oh, sure. Well, my name is Isaac Fogarty. I'm an Australian commentator for
No, you're not.
AGT, which is a
You're not Australian.
a league.
No way.
I'm not Australian. It's not real. Australia's not real. We're all actors. The birds are not real. Yeah, sorry. I'm an Australian actor. We commentate for an ACC console sprint league in Australia, and yeah, got sent. One of my mates was racing in this race tonight. He was in the 615 car and sent me a link and said they're looking for people to jump in and do commentary. You should give it a go. So yes.
Oh, it's Kunos' fault. Listen, we've been at this for enough years where there's a certain sort of professionalism that I can have. We gotta worry about the updates and lack thereof. So unfortunately, not to like totally crap all over them, but it is definitely an issue with the game. And it's a fantastic game. It's a lot of fun. I love it. I love SRO in real life, watching it, participating in it. I love GT3 racing specifically, probably more than anything else, but there is bugs in the game, and we cannot hide that, unfortunately. It's a great game. It has such huge potential, but they never finished it. There's so many features that they started building and they just never finished, and it's very, very upsetting.
It feels like it was almost...
There's a lot of...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, there's a lot of stuff that, like this broadcast system that they put into the PC and were promised to be ported to console and just never got ported because the attention sort of shifted into AC Evo and building that, which I'm very excited for, and it looks like it's going to be a very well done game, but I just feel like there was a lot of missing things and a lot of question marks left over this game and things that weren't quite resolved and they just sort of moved on.
Yeah, so I'll even give you guys a list of things that people don't even really realize they started building and never finished. So some of them you kind of know of, but you don't know like the depths of which they were actually thinking of expanding it. So there's the competition servers, which is like the daily race that's like the one that they feature on the multiplayer screen. I'm not sure if console has it, but PC has it. And it was supposed to be sort of like what LFM is today, where you have like competitive open lobbies, and it's supposed to be more frequent, but they only run one a day per time per region. So that is something they kind of failed at, because part of your driver ranking and rating is based off of your skill set in there. Then they have the daily challenges, which is actually probably the only thing that they've kept up with really, really well, because they do have new ones for new cars that they release, and it's just like hot lap challenges, or weaving through cones, I think is one of them. No one ever really does it. They actually have a full-on auto penalty system built into the game that they never finished, similar to the iRacing multiplier, and it is almost actually the same sort of system, but again, they never finished it. They have a what's the other thing? The broadcasting, like we spoke about. There is something else I'm missing that's like insanely critical, and it's gonna drive me crazy until I remember it. Oh man.
This is a good battle on screen at the moment. Just looking at what's happening on the track.
That's fine.
We got I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation of all the names here,
Oh,
but the
hell
71 BMW is closing in on the Aston Martin here, the 274 car. It's really good because we've got a 10-second penalty for the race leader as well. So that was something I was curious about watching as a viewer earlier in the race. That there's the live stewarding. I'm assuming they're handing penalties to drivers as they're going around.
Yeah, so there's a software that picks up all contacts that happen in the race, and it clips or it timestamps a replay that they can just click one button, watch the replay, and then make a judgment call and apply penalties right through the in-game chat. And we do this as a way to ensure that there is like instant gratification on incidents and penalties that happen in the race, because otherwise you kind of wait until the end and just hope that something got applied. But not only wait until the end, you're just hoping that something gets applied. Waiting until the end means that the results would be different than they normally would be if you applied a penalty. So maybe applying like a 10-second penalty puts you in the pits for an extra 10 seconds and brings you out in a different spot on grid, and then it affects your race because you're somewhere else where you don't want to be, or you end up actually physically behind the guy rather than theoretically behind the guy. So it's been a game changer since we started doing that. We've been doing that for over 10 seasons, and it's just been amazing.
It looks like it's... I actually am a really big fan of that. I think being able to give penalties during the race is a lot more effective than giving the post-race penalty, because as you said, it actually affects you in the race if you do the wrong thing. Not something you can do on console, which is frustrating. We have to do everything post-race, so we don't get that added effect of giving someone a 10-second penalty in a race and they have to serve it in their pit stop, and then, you know, now they're 10 seconds back from where they wanted to be. But I think it's, yeah, a really big fan of being able to do live penalties, and obviously the race leader, there looks like there's a fair gap between him and second place, but that may become less so once they actually come into the pits enough to serve that 10 seconds. But yeah, this has been going on for a while now, this battle for 9th place. It's really shaping up. I don't know how long they're left in their stint. They've been on track for quite a while now, and to be this close together after 12 hours of racing is a good effort.
Yeah, and one thing that we are doing differently in this event than most people do in ACC is we actually are using a physical safety car. There's actually a car parked in the pit lane. It's a BMW M4 GT4, so it's a slower car, decked out with a, and I'm sorry if there's a bunch of background noise, my dog is playing with a toy in the background. It's decked out with a very bright and obvious livery, so that way people can see it. And when there is an incident involving at least 2 cars, with one of them getting substantial damage, we will pull that safety car out, group all the cars behind the safety car, starting with the first place driver. And I have a feeling that we may even get one called right now, but I'm not sure, or maybe not. I saw a pretty big incident there, but I guess they didn't call it.
So it looks like there was cars slow at the bus stop chicane at the final corner. I think they got away with it. I think there's
yeah,
no
it's alright.
So I think we've gotten away with it.
Well, you know, it's there's multiple staff going on today, and I'm actually the safety car driver at the moment, so I'm waiting to be summoned, but I think the stewards may have thought that was not necessary for one.
Side by side there, I'm not sure if that's the position. There was a side-by-side moment there with 2 cars going through, that's turns 3 and 4 maybe? I'm still in the corner numbers around here, I have to get some.
That's okay. Don't worry. And the camera speed he's got is very, very fast.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I had a chat with the camera guy, and he said he'd get back to me, but don't know what happened.
There's a little slider, I think it's called Focus Fast, you just make that slower, but don't worry.
Ah, there it is.
Don't worry. What was I saying? Yeah, so the safety car is like something that not many people do in virtual racing. So yeah, we just decided to pull it out, and that way we can group all the cars behind the safety car, and then we can also unlap cars. So anyone who's in between the set of cars that are on the lead lap, so say it's like P1 through 20 are all on the lead lap, we can let all the cars in between them that are a lap down go past, so the top 20 are back front and side by side to each other, so they can be close again, which has allowed for this race to stay tight and close the whole time. So yeah.
It keeps the pressure on. I think if you don't have a safety car, you have cars that sort of, the lead car might get 2 or 3 laps ahead, and then it's, we're in second place and we're 3 laps behind. What's the point of really pushing? Let's just get to the end. But if you have that safety car, it adds that element of you can escape up the road, but there could be a safety car at any moment to bring it back. And I think that's really good that there's that sort of pressure placed on the drivers to keep aware and be ready for a strategy change at any moment, because you have that in real life.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I totally agree. It's definitely a game changer. It's definitely not something the game was built for sure. It's not really, again, one of those things that's not really a feature. So it adds a lot of excitement. And so far, some people haven't been you're never gonna get 100% satisfaction, but for the most part, it seems like people find it to be an exciting feature that we've added. So hopefully we keep it going. Maybe we'll do it in another event. I don't see us doing it for 6-hour events specifically, but doing it again in the future for 12-hour, 24-hour races will definitely be something to consider, because it does add quite a lot of fun.
Speaking of 100%,
nice little.
we do have the chat in the poll that the poll in the chat that has ended in the YouTube chat. We did have a poll going on for a couple hours. Are V8s overrated? 69% of you say no, 30% say yes.
Nice.
I don't know if that's how the math works, but if that's math.
I don't know how we got 109%.
Yeah, I was about to just 99%.
Yeah, I don't know how you got 109%. I think you need to get a calculator.
Whoa, wait a second.
I think my. It's
okay.
Middle of the day here,
He was looking at the numbers upside down. It's okay.
What's that one where the people go on TikTok and go around and go, what's 99 plus 11? Or what's 88 plus 11 or something like that?
Oh, well.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. I think I've seen that. That's my brain currently.
How do you say
Look,
one? How do you say one?
How
do you say one? It's one. 1-1?
1-1.
Yeah, 1-1.
Or in
I think I saw that.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
In Lord of the Rings, it's my 11th birthday.
Yeah, 11st. Wow.
Yeah, it's Sunday over here. It's my brain's day.
Oh.
So no maths today. I'm in the future. It's pretty windy in the future.
Speaking.
That's unfortunate to know.
Yeah, windy. Oh, I wish we could have some of that here. Right now, it is 10 p.m. my time here in Texas, and it is a nice 30 degrees. So,
that's crazy.
Not bad. Not good.
That's 30 degrees normal temperature, or is that freedom units?
No, normal temperature. I'm not bringing
16. It's 16 for me up in the north.
In the north?
Currently 16.
Oh.
Nice. Australia.
I think it's winter for you in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, it's winter here at the moment, so we're moving into our cooler time of year. We just got just south of, about a couple hours south of where I live, we just got the first snow of the year as well. So finally getting to the point where it's cold enough for people to go and get their snowboards out.
I was going to say their jackets and their snowboards.
Their jackets, yeah. It's actually started to get cold here finally, because obviously it's Australia. We melt during the summer months. So it's quite nice that it's cold, and now we're turning into icicles.
Yeah, that also makes sense. It's interesting. It's interesting. So I was asking another Australian about this question blew my mind. So anyone who lives in the Northern Hemisphere, this is it's such a small little thing, and you're all gonna be like, it's obvious, but whatever. I'm still gonna say it anyways. I asked him what their Christmas decorations look like, and he said to me they still have Christmas decorations with snow. Decorative snow on snow globes, or mantelpieces for the stockings that still have snow decoration on them. And I thought that was hilarious, because it's totally the opposite. You guys just can't escape snow down there at all.
No. Well, what's even funnier is that Australians love to do ugly sweater photos in the middle of summer. So it'll be like 36, 37 degrees, and there'll be this whole family just wearing these ugly sweaters, and so it's way too hot to be wearing them. But it's Christmas, and that's what we do. So yeah, it's very crazy that we have a completely different end of the year, like in terms of our season, to when everyone else has their like Christmas up in the north, but we still follow like the same, like we have all the winter stuff and it's all winter themed. It's very crazy.
All right, here's a question. This is ones I've never asked before. So here in the northern hemisphere, schools have like the summers off, so that kids can like enjoy the warmer months. Do you guys have winters off, or is your year like halfway off of ours, where you still get your nice summer off?
Our year's flipped. We get 6 weeks off over the summer. So about a week or two before Christmas, we break for 6 weeks and then go back at the end of January.
So it's crazy because you guys actually have the whole school within the actual singular calendar year, whereas here it's like broken over a 2-year period, like from 2024 to 2025. But for you, it's all in 1 year. But who wants the winters off? Right? I want the summer off.
So I think summer's better to have off. Winter, you're just cold. And
I don't want to leave my cave during the winter. I want to stay indoors. Don't make me go outside.
Don't make me leave the house, please.
I mean, here in winter, it's still very hot in Texas. Winter doesn't exist. It's either there's two summers or seasons, I guess. There is the hot season, and then there's the very hot season. And right now we're just in the hot season.
Almost in the very hot season.
Yes. There's not much. There's only like a 3-4 week difference between the hot and very hot season. We get a cool breeze every once in a while, and we get some rain. Other than that, it's just very hot and humid. Also very hot.
That's pretty much Australia.
Those screaming red hot exhaust pipes on the Porsche here of our screen, driven by Gaten Cornett. Gaten, the number 148 Porsche P15 right now, and also I believe the leader for the AM drivers. Your overall leader, however, Justin, doing a great job. Justin Stubenrauch for 0 Point Racing, the number 13 Ford Mustang in the lead. Joni Skrepka, P2. That's the number 23 Lamborghini for Speedstars. And I keep saying it's a great reference of the team name. I think it's such a good name. P3 to round off the final step on the podium. This is the number 132 Ford Mustang, driven by Alexei Degani. I believe they've also had a great recovery run. Yes, so the number 132 Ford Mustang started P25. They are up 22 spots all the way to the final step of the podium, P3. That is a heck of a run so far, with 10 hours and around 6 minutes left to go. We also have hit midnight, so it's gonna get only darker and colder from here until we hit the final hours. Coming up for the Odyssey Racing League, 24 hours of Spa. Just a quick reminder as well, we are gonna have to go to a quick break coming soon because we are coming up on our internal timer here. Unfortunately, we are gonna have to bring down the stream, but we'll be bringing it right back up. All you have to do is stay on the YouTube channel, hit that refresh button, and the stream should pop back up. We will be
the 132 car entering the lane, so we'll see where he drops out. Remember that the 224 car, sorry, in 5th place had to serve his 10-second penalty in the pit lane as well. So we'll see where he pops out in relation to this car. I'd say it'll be fairly well behind, fairly towards the front. There was a big lead for that 224 car before he came into the pit lane, so that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. But this is the 274 car. The 71 car did get by as well, but he's pulled him back in. I saw that gap sort of blew out for a bit, just to about a second, and now he started to close back in on the 71 car to go for position again.
Listen, boys, I'm going to take my leave now because I'm going to go get myself some dinner, even though it's like almost 10 p.m. or almost 9:30 p.m. And I will see you guys in a bit. And good luck to you both. Thank you both for being here. Koju, thank you more than anyone else for your dedication to this. It's been amazing.
It's always a blast when I'm able to commentate and share my enjoyment of motorsports with everyone here at Odyssey Racing League and the viewers at home. A big shout out to you as well. If you are in the YouTube chat, give yourself a pat on the back, but also don't be afraid. And I'm not actually, don't be afraid. I command you to get up, do some stretches, get a sip of water as we have a battle on the screen. The number 274 Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin almost door banging there with the BMW coming into La Source. The number 71 trying to go for the switchback, might make it happen. However, both cars now coming down the hill into El Rouge, and then they're going to fight up the blind hill into Radion. Let's see who wants it more.
This is a brilliant piece of racing from both of these drivers. That was side by side for such a long time. He went deep into the bus stop chicane, the 274 car, to try and make that move stick. And then the 71 car had the better line through the bus stop chicane to get to stay alongside down towards La Source. And now he has pulled away. So he's made that move stick for now as they come to the end of the Camel Straight, which means that looks like for now it's going to be set as the 274 car moving up into 8th place. But I don't think that BMW is going to let him get too far away for Arachnid Racing.
This is the 71 BMW for Arachnid Racing. They are on a recovery drive of the century, in my opinion. The only person that's having a better recovery drive was the number 132 that we were talking about earlier. They're in P6. They went into the pits P6. They're coming out P6. But right now, the car that we were talking about, the number 71, started the race P24, now P9. That is 15 spots that they have collected, put into their sack of wonders, and are holding on to see if they can get farther into the top 10. Because actually just recovering from under the top 20 into the top 10, that's almost a win in and of itself.
Oh, it's a massive effort to come from all the way back and get themselves back up into the top 10. They're doing a brilliant job. As we see, there's now a 15-second time penalty for the 696 car, I should say, in 13th place. So more penalties are being handed out for contact up and down the field. The 224 car finds itself into 3rd place, now 13 seconds back on the Aston Martin of the 164 car in 2nd place. There's so many things happening. This is a move up the inside for the 148 Porsche of Cornette on the 141 Mustang. That is a brilliant move from Greg Cornette to get the overtake and move himself up another spot into 14th place. This is 13th actually on our screen, so once that corrects on the leaderboard on the side, it actually says a car exiting the lane as well. Trying to see what that is, but yes, that is very true. 141 car has a look there up the inside. Oh, it's getting very messy here. Yeah, very deep on the brakes at the end of the Camel Straight there. But that was a brilliant piece of racing from Greg Cornette. Now finds himself up to 13th place. Yeah, the Aston Martin definitely is one of the more popular cars. The BMW and the Aston. I was looking earlier when the race first started, and that top 10 was a lot of Astons and BMWs. It's nice to see that other cars are, as the race progresses, fighting their way in. That Porsche, the 148 car in the AM class, moving their way up into 13th place, pushing towards the back end of that top 10. And then they've got the Lamborghini as well, which is, I'm a big fan of the fact that we've got a Lamborghini inside the top 5 at this stage of the race, because that car is a wonderful car. We're past the 10 hours to go mark now, ticked into the single digits in terms of hour numbers. This is a crucial battle for Joshua Jung. He's got a 15-second time penalty hanging over him once they get to their next stop, so he won't want to be held up too much by the 391 car in front. He won't. Otherwise, that'll come back to bite them in the stop. They've got another car 18 seconds behind, and that's Greg Cornett on an absolute charge at the moment. Oh, side by side with the Ferrari and the BMW, sorry, going into the bus stop chicane. This is for position, and that looks like the 577 car of Liam Madsen is now up into 22nd position. And that was a brilliant move into the bus stop. We've seen a lot of great moves in the last few minutes of cars going deep onto the brakes and looking to get moves done through the bus stop. It's a great overtaking opportunity if you can get close enough. Does look very nice, the purple. There's quite a lot of liveries. That's one thing I love about this game just being able to play ACC on PC is the custom liveries. You don't get that on console, so we see a lot of very basic custom liveries or default liveries being used, but there's some very, very nice of this livery on this BMW. The 696 car is also quite nice with the yellow shades of the Valentino Rossi WRT livery that they use in terms of the color scheme that's being shown here, but the purple BMW in behind is also very, very nice. The BMW suits for these custom liveries. Yeah, they're doing an amazing job at the moment. They've got a fair way to the next car in front, so it's now just about finding their own rhythm, their own bit of space, and just settling down. There's a long way to go in this race, and anything can happen. You never know. We could have a safety car in the next 10 minutes, in the next hour, and this was where You want to just be smooth and consistent, not getting any track penalties. I know we've been mentioned a couple of times. You only get 3 the entire race, and in 24 hours, 3 track cut penalties is not a lot before you have to do a drive-through, and it's a long pit lane here. So, we've got the car around in the background as well on the exit of the bus stop. Someone had rotated. I did catch that in the background.
Oh, that's number 47. Oh, no.
47.
They are having a great
That is
recovery drive
impressive.
as well. Was that an incident happening? That's number 47. Let me
looks
see
like-
if I have anything here
Looks
for
like they
them.
did it all on their own by the looks of it. They were a fair way back on the 23 car and very close, well, not very close, I should say, to the Mustang, the 132 car behind. But I think they've gotten away with that. The gap was big enough that they just sort of spun it, and I saw him do the pirouette to get the car back facing the right way again, and he just kept it going. So that's a very good job from Christian there to rotate the car quick enough to avoid too much of a time loss, but he'll be kicking himself that he got the car rotating. It's just on the curb on the exit. It's very easy to do here, especially when you're running low traction control. The air is cooling down, the temperatures will be coming down as well, so they'll have to counter for that as they come into their stops and bump the pressures up a bit, but he's done a great job to keep it moving and facing the right direction now.
Speaking of temperatures, 17 Celsius on the track, 17 Celsius ambient temperature. So the track temp is falling. So that is going to be affecting the strategy. And as we were saying before, the tire pressure and the tire temperatures here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, that is pretty important, keeping your tires in the optimal window of pressure and temp. You don't want them getting too hot. You don't want them being too cold. You can't have them too overinflated, and you can't have them too underinflated. You want them just right.
Absolutely. The tire pressures are so crucial, especially when the track's 17 degrees. There's not a lot of temperature for you to work with in the surface of the track. I know from experience, especially on console, I would assume it's the same on PC. You want about somewhere between 26 and 27 PSI for your tires, so they'll have to be adjusting to that as the temperature cools, and then obviously as we move into the morning, the temperature will start going back up again, the sun will rise, the UV
Yes.
will start warming the track back up, and they'll have to adjust for bring the temperatures or the tire pressures down as they come back into those stops. So this is where the strategy starts to play, and what's great about a 24-hour race is just all those little things you have to think about, and they'll be having their teammates crunching the numbers for them, no doubt, as they're rolling around. And this is the 274 car into 12th place now of Chase Jones, looking to get past the 391 BMW that was not long ago overtaken by Joshua Jung.
The number 274, a little bit of damage on the front end, so we can see a gap there between the hood and the radiator, or the intake for the radiator there, and just the cool air intake. Less than a second between him and Kevin Wetzel, though. The TPDX BMW is going to have to make that BMW as wide as possible to not allow that Aston Martin through. We can see the burning red exhaust on both of these cars as they continue on through the night. We are under the 10-hour mark left inside, or in the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. So as this battle continues on, we're going to keep an eye on it, but we're also going to keep an eye on the rest of the battles that are happening. Something that I also would like to point out is right now, the number 13 car in P1 is holding on to the Purple Crown. That is the fastest lap, 2:16.857 for them. And it looks to be a valid time. There may be another car that might be a little bit quicker. I do not know if this is the valid time, so I'm going to have to double check. But this is a 2:16.52 by the number 224 car in third place. And that is blazing fast.
Very, very quick lap times indeed. The 224 car will be on a charge. They had that, obviously, that 10-second hold in the pit lane in their last stop, so they'll want to make up as much time as they can on the leaders in the number 13 Mustang. But this 274 car has found his way past Wetzel now in the 391. and he's about 3.5 seconds off the back of Joshua Jung, who has that 15-second time penalty hanging over his head in the next stop, which means that this is a really nice drive from the Aston Martin of Chase Jones so far, and he's looking like he's going to get himself into the top 10.
Down but not out, as some will say. Chase Jones trying to charge back through the field, trying to get into the top 5. The car in front of him, though, driven by Joshua Young, the 696 BMW to be exact, a 15-second time penalty, and there's only a 4-second gap between the 696 and the number 274 that is on our screen now. So once that car goes into the pits, they're going to lose that spot just on the pit timer alone. Speaking of timer, we are almost at that time where we're going to have to take down the stream or the broadcast, and we're going to bring it right back up. Within the next 20 minutes, we're going to have to bring down the stream. All you have to do, the viewer, is refresh the stream and it should come back ready to go. If not, please keep an eye out on the Discord, in the chat, or if you're already following or subscribed to our YouTube channel, you can go ahead and like the video, subscribe, hit the notification bell next to our name so you can get notified when we go live, and you'll know when we get ready and when you can join us for part 4 of Odyssey Racing League. Spa 24 hours. 24 hours. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Some people don't understand. Like, this is difficult. Even if you're not driving all of the 24 hours, just being mentally prepared for these 24 hours as a driver is so taxing.
Absolutely. It's such a long time. Obviously, it's an entire day. But yeah, when you're not in the car, there might be some small opportunities for you to go and have a nap or have a little bit of a rest. But in that sense, you're also not really fully resting, because you've got to be alert and ready at any time. You've got drivers that are doing the other drivers that are doing strategy, while the current drivers in the car, you have someone that's getting ready to go in the car at all times, because you never know when it's a safety car that's going to show up. So it's just that constant mental and not only physical exhaustion that's just going on for these drivers across 24 hours, and you'll see that that'll start to take effect as we get closer and closer to the end of this race. The drivers that will be in last, you would think would be the most well-rested and the most prepared, but they're the drivers that have probably been up for the longest, because they're waiting to get in the car and get their stint done. This is Wetzel moving to the side, and I don't believe that's for position. I believe it's just getting out of the way there of a car that is either unlapping themselves or lapping him at this stage.
Some blue flag traffic for the cars in front. That is the leader right there, the number 13 Ford Mustang, with some traffic in front of him. However, the distance between the number 13 Ford Mustang that we saw on our screen and the number 164 Aston Martin, it's 103 seconds of distance between them. That is a lot.
That is
3/4. That basically, yeah. Oh, no, not 3/4. Maths. I'm bad. I need to go back. I'm sorry. That's like half the track. Half the track back.
Half the track. I'm just trying to see. I did have some of the lane info. If we get it up for Spa, here we go. Just look at the times. So a drive-through time here with a 30-second tire change. 92 seconds. So even if he pitted, he should in theory still come out ahead. There's no penalty hanging over his head at the moment. So 103 seconds. That's a free pit stop for the 13 car at the moment at the front.
Almost hitting that side wall there. Oh, almost leaving a little bit of themselves there on the track. Giving us some flashes as well. Yeah, and giving them the flashes, showing them that they're not happy. Moving over to a battle. Chase Jones catching up, trying to apply the pressure as they come down the hill.
And you have to ask yourself, if you are Chase Jones, where is the best place to make this mistake? Because this BMW is quite quick in a straight line, but it looks like the slipstream is going to favour Chase Jones here on the run down the Camel Straight. This is a very, very quick.
Oh, is he going to go for it? I think he's going to go for it. In he goes, Chase Jones.
What a move.
Does he make
Oh,
it
big front
stick? I
dig.
think he does. Oh, the BMW not giving up a centimeter, though. As both of them come through turns 5, 6, and 7, Chase Jones able to break through into the top 10, making the number 696 car almost do a double take.
Yeah, I don't think Joshua Jung expected Chase Jones to come from that far back, but there was a massive slipstream as they ran up along the Camel Straight. Just went so deep in the corner, and I think Joshua Jung probably had a moment there where he thought, I'm on, I can get back past, I can go around the outside, but he just got a better drive through the second phase of that corner. Did Chase Jones, and he's made the move stick, got himself up into the top 10, and now he can have eyes forward. There's a fair gap to the 300 car in front, but eyes forward now and push on to try and hopefully catch up as we get into the later stage of this race.
I'm going to ask you a question, Isaac, and hopefully you know. The Aston Martin doesn't have a 7th gear, right? Because he came out of nowhere, grabbed the littlest possible slipstream that he was able to get, and he just grabbed onto it with that Go-Go Gadget extendo arm and just flew past the 696 BMW. That was an amazing move. Drive-through for speeding in the pit lanes. Oh no, that's being handed to the number 148. That is, oh no.
That is actually that's going to sting for them, because they were doing so well up inside the top 15 for the Porsche driver, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, but I believe that's for speeding on the way out of the pit lane.
So I believe that is either speeding in or out. I don't know if there's a difference. I believe I do know that the amount of the penalty depends on how much you overspeed. So if you go over by a certain by a certain amount of speed, then you'll get this one. If it's higher than that, then it'll be a higher penalty. And then if it's up to a certain threshold, you get automatically disqualified. And I believe that is for both the entrance and the exit. So if you try to go out of the exit full blast, it will automatically disqualify you. And the stewards do not have a hand in that. That is automatically the game, the simulation itself that hands out that penalty. And I think that's a correct one. No one should be able to game the system that way.
No, but it's absolutely heartbreaking for those guys. They were they're working so hard, and Greg Corner had done a great job to get them through the field, and now they're down in 24th at the moment. Is Greg Corner, and he's going to have to serve that drive through in the next 3 laps, which looks like he should get away with not losing any more positions. But he's 6 laps down, which tells me that maybe something else had happened as well, because they were, fighting up the top of the order. So potentially something else is going on for those guys in the 148 car. But we've got a lot of cars here going side by side. A little bit of a lap car bonanza happening for these cars in the back half of the top 20. It has become a lovely chopper shot coming through the bus stop chicane. Just shows how tight the first phase of that corner is, and the amount of rotation. You're basically throwing that car through the bus stop chicane to get it to turn the way you want it to. But this is the 153 car of that's Jan Heymans. I apologise if I did butcher that pronunciation. He's about a second and a half back on the 391 car in front, which has now had, it says it has a driver change. I don't know what happened to Wetzel, who was in the 391 car earlier. I think they've done a magical mid-air swap of drivers as they drive past the pit lane. Just one jumps out, the other one jumps in while the cars roll.
I think the Ejectocito is an option that you're allowed to get in the GT3, but it's an expensive option from what I heard. So I'm going to refrain from buying that. I'm going to save my money, and I'm going to do the pits the normal way, or the driver change the normal way and go into the pits. Maybe grab a snack or two on the way out. Jan Heymans still on our screen, number 153 BMW P15.
A very, very wonderful job. That gap is stabilizing at the moment to the 391 car. That 391 car won't want to go too much more backwards in this race, because they have lost a few positions. They were sort of inside that back half of the top 10, and then they lost that spot to Joshua Jung, and everyone else has sort of just piled in on top of that, if you will, and cost them a few more spots. So they won't want to lose another one here to Jan Heymans, but he's got a lot of pace in that BMW at the moment.
Speaking of the 696, they are now in the pit lane. They're going to be Yeah, it's about time for that driver swap. So they're going to be going in there, getting it done, as well as serving that penalty. Let's see if that driver swap does happen. But we are in the part of the race where you might, depending on your strategy and depending on the team, some teams have a specific strategy where they will put a specific driver in at night because they prefer or they're much better at nighttime. Some teams have drivers that are better in the rain, so they put them specifically on the team so they race in the rain. We did have some rain early in the day, and there was forecasted a little bit more later. However, it is dark, so I can't really tell if there are storm clouds. And unfortunately, I was told that if you race at Spa-Francorchamps, the rain is not very far away. So rain might be coming soon.
Well, it might spice up this race, Christian, if we get a bit of rain to come in and yeah, just throw a bit of a spanner in the works for these drivers, especially if you're just coming to the lane. In the next 20 minutes it rains, that throws your whole strategy up in the air because you now have to transverse the lane again, whereas everyone in front of you is yet to hit on their next stop. They get essentially a free kick and some free spots, as we see Josh Jung now comes out in 14th place, and he'll be behind the number 69 Porsche, which is nice blacked out livery. They've got some very nice accent. It's very loose on the curb there from Robin in the powered drive Porsche, the number 69 entry. And it's there's a lot of cars sort of starting to close up on each other here. There's 1.3 seconds off the back of the 104 car in front. Then we've got the TPDX BMW about 6 seconds behind, and then Heyman's 1.5 seconds behind that.
It does look like the number 69 Porsche just came out of a pit stop, if I'm reading this correctly. So they might be on fresh tires. I may be reading this, actually, yeah, I think I am reading this wrong. So they are yet to go into the pits. So it may look like the number 69 is starting to feel the last life of those tires, starting to dwindle away. It is nighttime. 30 minutes past midnight. 9 hours, 38 minutes left in the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. And the temperature has been going down every couple of hours or so. 17 degrees right now, Celsius all around track and ambient temperature. So the tires technically should not be degrading as much. However, depending on your driving style and the car you're driving, which the Porsche is known to shred tires depending on your style, you might be having to purchase a lot more tires and you're most probably going to be going through them a lot quicker than some other teams.
Absolutely. We've got just looking in the chat, we've got Chad is doing a welfare check on you, Christian. Just wants to know if you're okay with how long you've been streaming. You've been doing an almighty effort.
I need to give me 1 second, Chad. I need to Google SOS in how to blink and Morse. No, I'm kidding. I'm fine. I'm totally fine, Chad. Doing great. The Red Bulls are doing me a favor. In case you didn't know, Chad, there are 3 new flavors of Red Bull that have recently come out here in the States. There is a pink edition, there is a summer edition, and there is a purple edition. I don't remember what the purple edition is because when I saw what the flavor was, I automatically didn't like it. But the pink edition, I believe, is wild berries or something berries, and the summer edition is white peach, and they're delicious. You should try it. It's a quick plug. It's a quick plug.
Let's say, at the end of this 24 hours, we're going to be able to a comprehensive review of every flavor of Red Bull from Christian.
I tried a bunch. I had some time at the store.
a bit of time to wake yourself up with a few Red Bulls, but I think a few drivers might be needing a few Red Bulls very soon. It's been a long 12 hours so far, and it's longer than 12 hours. We've had, what are we on now? Very over 14 hours of. I'm trying to do maths in my head to make sure that I get that number right. But it's been a lot of driving, whether you've been in the car or out of the car. So this will start to take a toll as we get towards the back end, and this is where we'll start to see mistakes sort of creeping. We saw a car spin at the exit of the bus stop chicane earlier, and that's just, I believe, more than anything, that's just exhaustion starting to set in for these drivers and fatigue.
Oh, especially for the team. There's one team that has 2 drivers. Or they're actually, I would like to see. I'm gonna do a welfare check on the team with 2 drivers. Let's do that.
Absolutely, I think we need to check in on them, make sure they're still okay, because 2 drivers, 24 hours, 12 hours in the car each. If you split it evenly, that's a lot of time to be behind the wheel.
It is the number 148. Yeah, the number 148
Oh, the number
in
148.
P24. This is one of, if not the only teams that has 2 drivers. That is insane. Wow. Just being like, even being here, I'm looking at the clock, 9 hours, 35 minutes left, right? You just having your rubber on the track, you still driving, is a huge win in my book. Being able to just be around for 2 drivers, putting in the effort, and being able to even stay, not to push anyone down, right? And not to make anyone feel bad, but they're not last place.
No, and it's an amazing effort. We were talking earlier about how they were in 14th, and I think being 14th and having 2 drivers for the last 14 hours of racing is an incredible effort. But to still be on the track and just still running after such a long time, both of these drivers have to be absolutely exhausted, no doubt.
Physically exhausted, mentally exhausted. It is a different type of exhaustion. If you have not experienced, racing fans, a 24-hour race before, either being a part of it, part of the racing team, being part of the crew as a mechanical or crew chief or engineer, anything like that, being a fan, watching on TV, if you've never experienced it, it is a whole different level of exhaustion that the drivers have to deal with. Not only during the 24 hours, but all of the time and effort that they spend leading up to the 24-hour race. It's going to be a very nice nap afterwards. I'm going to say that much.
Absolutely. Well, I just saw in the chat, CP Greeny saying that this car, the Gregory Cornet car, is 2 drivers sharing the 1 rig. So I wonder if maybe they have a bed set up right next to the rig. So one rolls out of the rig and into bed, and the other one rolls out of bed and into the rig, and maybe they just have that little system going on.
But when would they eat?
Maybe they have to
I'm
eat
gonna
and sleep at the same time.
I'm gonna let you know now. I'm not that great of a cook. I can only cook maybe like 2 or 3 things, and they're all prepared, pre-made. They might start with pocket and end with, or they might start with hot and end with pockets, but that's a different story, okay? But I just don't know, man. That's also really crazy. 1 rig, 2 drivers. These drivers could be different sizes. I believe they're siblings or at least family, because they both have the same surname. So hopefully,
well, yeah,
I mean, hopefully it's not as much of a challenge as I'm like pretending that it is in my brain. It is a challenge, of course, but maybe a lot easier than we think.
Look, I think it definitely might be easier sharing 1 rig. You know, you've got other people around you that you can have to come in and help if need be. But, you know, I definitely agree that despite whether it's 1 rig that they're sharing or they're in 2 separate places sharing, like in separate rigs, it's an amazing effort to be able to do a 24-hour race with 2 people. I don't think I've seen people solo 6-hour races, and I think that's crazy.
Oh,
to do
that's
24 hours
yeah.
with just 2 people is nuts.
There was this one driver, I believe, that did the 24 hours of Daytona in iRacing solo. Now, of course, you get disqualified, so your placing doesn't matter. However, solo 24 hours? That
Long
is
time.
incredible.
Indeed. Do they have? This is more of a question in terms of the rulings. Do they have a limit on their driving time? Here, do they have a certain amount of time they're allowed to be in the car for?
So there is, I believe, a max amount of time that a driver can be in it. However, it is more than half the race. So if a team has like 3 drivers, then a driver, I don't believe, will get pinged if they drive more than or if they drive like 12 hours, and I think they're fine, right? But I think if they drive a little bit more, then than there is. I do not know the specific number. I can actually get the stewards in here with us, and they can answer that better. However, there is a max time that the drivers are allowed out there. The drivers do have a stint timer. It's a 65-minute stint timer. So for anyone in the chat that does not know what that means that your race car is allowed to be out on the track for 65 minutes maximum. To reset that timer or to make that timer go away, you must enter the pits and do what's called a drive-through. So you literally just drive through the pits to reset the timer, or you go into your pit box, you stop, they jack up the car, and then they put in the fuel, change your tires, and driver change, or whatever you would like to do at that time.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this 65-minute stint time would be good for these guys with the two drivers. You know, you come in every hour.
Yes.
Everyone gets a bit of a break. But that's my question with the stint times was more about them. Like, if they can't do more than 12 hours, will they get penalised at the end of this race for not meeting stint time requirements? But if you're saying that they can do more than 12 hours for one driver, then hopefully that means that they can share it evenly enough that they won't get a penalty.
Yes, I do believe there is no minimum requirement. So if you're part of the, if you're on the team, actually, I may have to take that back. I think you have to do a minimum of 1 lap, like if you're signed up. But I guess it's more of just like a kind of like a safety cushion. Like, okay, we do know that this person exists, But I actually, you know what? I want to take all of that back. Let's restart this conversation. Let's wind it back. Wind it back.
No, I think I've just realised as well. You were saying stint timers, but these guys are sharing one rig, which means there's the one account that's doing the entire 24 hours, which means they probably will end up with a penalty at the end of this race.
You're right.
I would hope that the stewards would remove to mean that they keep their 24th place, or if they move higher.
I believe I would agree with you and would hope that the stewards would, if they were to receive a ticket, let's say by the number 148 that said, hey, we spoke to you guys earlier about doing the 2 cars, 1 rig, or 2 drivers, 1 rig type of thing. I'm pretty sure the admins will look favorably and smile upon them. I don't think there's any issues with that.
No, I think it's what I love about sim racing in general is it's on a more the merrier basis. So if it's 2 drivers sharing 1 rig, but it's another car on the grid, then I would have no doubt the admins would be like, absolutely.
A couple of battles happening are starting to pop up now. Chase Jones trying to march his way through the field. The number 274 Aston Martin P9 from Baller Squad Racing, right on the back bumper of the 71 BMW. A great run along the inside. The BMW giving a nice little squeeze, but returning back to the racing line. Coming back, Chase Jones letting everybody know that turns 5, 6, and 7 are basically his, as he does another great overtake coming into turn 5, Lacombe's, and making that 71 BMW. Yeah, did I accidentally hit rewind? What? Oh, is this a replay? That was almost the same as what happened. Yeah, that was almost the same as what happened last time. However, the BMW was trying to give up a little bit more of a fight compared to the overtake that we saw last time. We saw them try to squeeze Chase Jones more towards the inside of the track, but just enough on the inside where it's so uncomfortable for the 274 where they're going to have to slow down. However, Chase Jones, not deterred and will not back down, pressed on forward, gave himself as much space as he needed when he saw that the number 71 BMW returned back to the racing line and completed that textbook overtake there into turn 5.
Seems to be, as you mentioned, his corners. He's absolutely owns turns 5, 6, and 7 at the moment. Just getting a wonderful run down the Camel Straight. I don't know what he's done to the setup of this Aston Martin, what they've done to that car, but whatever they've done, it's worked, and that car is a bullet in a straight line.
CP Greeny in the chat says he must have turned off the aircon for an extra 20 horsepower. I disagree. It's probably more like 50 by how fast he's going. That's a big difference. Like, you can tell he's gone quick. A drive-through for track limits. That's the drive-through starting to come in now. That's for the number 900. And that is going to be a big ouchie.
That's what, yeah, it's been mentioned by multiple people many times across this broadcast. You only get 3 for your 24 hours, and 3 in 24 hours, you've got a lot of track limit penalties. So that's the first, I don't know if we've had many, and that might be the first that I've seen that's got a drive-through for track limits, but that's gonna sting. I'm not sure where they sit in this race currently and who's around them, the 900 car, but I assume they're not overly thrilled with the idea of having to come through the pit lane, because it's a long pit lane here as well.
Just Jones in the chat. Get him, Chase. Big shout out to Chase. Money Move Jones.
Someone's asking, is it a dry race or did it rain at some point? I believe, as you mentioned earlier, Christian, we have had rain in this race at one point or another so far.
Yes, it was dry for the first hour or two, and then the rain came on kind of light, and then it started applying itself thicker and thicker as the race came on. So about another hour into the race, the rain just stopped during one of the safety cars, and so it completely changed the strategy for half the field, because we saw 10 if not 15 cars dive into the pit lane as soon as we saw the safety car pass the pit entrance, all of them changing out of the wets and into the slicks to get back onto the primary. Oh, I already lost the word. Oh my goodness. Less than 9 hours and 25 minutes left, and I'm already forgetting words. Strategy, there you go. Back onto the primary strategy for most of these teams. And we're seeing a lot of these teams flourish in some of these strategies, seeing them do a really good run, as we almost see Chase Jones run into the back of the 777 BMW, but the 777 was being held up by the car in front of them.
And it's a big gap to the car in front, the Williams car in front, I believe. So it's so big that we're not actually getting a physical distance between Chase Jones and the 300. So he's got a bit of time to just get his head down. That's another drive-through for track limits for the 749 car, and they're in 20th place. So that is a key car inside the top 20. Now has to serve a drive-through. They've got 4 laps to the 21 car behind, according to our leaderboard. But that's still not ideal. They were 31 seconds in closing to the 204 car in front.
As the timer starts winding down, these penalties are gonna start hurting more and more. You could have shrugged them off earlier in the race, but they're gonna start to weigh down on not just your vehicle, but even your strategy, as it's going to make your pit stops a little longer, and the cushion and that safety cushion that you had to the car behind you might be disappearing before your very eyes. Something that also is going to be disappearing before your very eyes is the broadcast. We unfortunately are going to have to bring down the broadcast for a quick second, and we'll be right back with part 4 of the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. Before we go, again, thank you so much for joining us here for the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. Due to the limitations of YouTube, we're going to have to restart the stream, and we will be posting in the chat the new stream. But I believe all you will have to do is refresh the video, and the new stream should pop up on your screen. We're going to get that ready for you momentarily. Please do not go anywhere. And we'll be right back with more amazing racing action here at Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa.